Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. Hunger. As a doctor, I'm bound by doctor-patient privilege to not disclose the specifics of what I'm about to tell you. But as a human being, I feel compelled to share. This is, without a doubt, the most horrific story I've ever had the displeasure of being a part of. It was 2009, and my schedule that day was light. I was just finishing up my lunch when I got a call from a friend and colleague who had his own practice in the same building as me. Sometimes we would send work each other's way when we knew the other could use it. I was a bit elated at the prospect of him calling me because I had just been going over my books and stressing a bit. "Are you busy right now? I'd like to send someone up to you," he said. "No, my afternoon is barren. What are the details?" "It's a walk-in. From the look of it, an eating disorder. Her mother is concerned." Eating disorder. Those can be unpleasant. I'd actually had a bulimic throw-up in my office once when I stepped out momentarily to check my calendar. Still, I needed the work. "All right, send her up." I tried to tidy up my desk to make my office look more presentable and professional while I waited. 10 minutes ticked by and no patient showed up, so I stepped out to go looking for her. When I got to the hall, there was a small contingent of people standing around the elevator. They were talking amongst themselves. "What's going on?" I asked. "The elevator's broke," someone said. "Shit, I bet she's on there," I thought. "What floor is it stuck on?" "The 10th and 11th. "Yeah, that would be about right." My colleague's office was on the 10th, 3 floors down. I knew from experience that it could be anywhere up to an hour before they got the elevator working again. I hoped she wasn't claustrophobic. Returning to my office, I called downstairs. "What's up?" my colleague asked after picking up. "She's stuck in the elevator." He laughed. "Really? Poor thing. What's her name?" "Amelia." He paused. "Amelia D. something." "All right. Thanks. If you got any impressions on her from your brief visit, maybe you can share them later, over drinks." "Sure, Don't tell me. I want to form my own opinion first." "Okay." True to form, an hour and 10 minutes later, I heard a loud cheer from the hallway, indicating the elevator had started working again. I should go make sure she's all right, I thought to myself, and went out to join the throng of people standing around in the hallway. There were a lot more people by then, and I couldn't make my way to the elevator doors or even see them from where I was, but I could hear it when the elevator dinged, indicating it was stopping on our floor, and the rolling mechanical sound of the doors opening. There was a loud gasp from the crowd of people, followed by a lot of jabbering. "Holy shit!" someone said quite loudly. People started hustling away from the elevator, shoving past me. I struggled against the tide and made my way to where a number of people were standing around, staring into the elevator cab. As I approached, I could smell this stench. It was like stumbling into the apartment of a recluse who hadn't come out or bathed for years. It rolled like a wave out of the elevator and cascaded over everyone in the hallway. A young man in a business suit who looked dressed for an interview was covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. I skirted around him to see into the elevator. The woman in the elevator was not at all what I was expecting. Massively obese, she looked like she weighed somewhere around 500-600 lbs. Her face was so puffed up, her eyes were barely visible, just 2 dark dots above her cheeks. She had frizzed out brown hair that still had curlers in it. The notion that I was smelling a recluse seemed all the more plausible at the sight of her. Her mouth was covered with what looked like greasy barbecue sauce. There was even some sort of gristle at the corners of her lips. There was more of it all over her hands and wiped down the front of her shirt. It looked like she had come straight from an all-you-can-eat rib buffet. Clenched tightly in one of her hands was a big black trash bag that sagged full of something that seemed to slosh around inside it. The smell coming out of it was nauseating. The woman stepped out of the elevator, her eyes and nose runny with tears and mucus. I stepped forward while everyone else backed away, horrified. "Amelia?" I asked her. She looked at me through her beady little piggy eyes, her cheeks covered with that vile, red gunk and streaking with tears, and opened her mouth. For about 3 seconds, I had the horrible notion that she was going to vomit an entire barbecue on me. I was hungry, she stuttered with a thick southern accent. The young man in the suit heaved involuntarily at the smell of her breath, and then strode away, trying to maintain his demeanor. "That's okay," I said, reaching out to help her. "Do you want to talk about it in my office?" Seeing me reach out to her, she clenched her black trash bag tightly and hugged it to her chest. The contents of it made a sickening squish sound. I could taste my own lunch in the back of my throat. "Is that yours?" I asked. "I'm not going to take it." She started sobbing. This horrible, almost hob-like squeal of a sob. Honestly, I didn't want to touch her. I wanted to go back into my office, lock the door, and pretend I was glad my afternoon was completely empty. The smell wafting off her and off that bag of spoils was going to be permeating every crevice of my office for days. I just knew it. Still, this was a human being that had come seeking my help, and I was not about to turn her away. "My office is right down the hall. Why don't you come with me?" I started walking. In my head, I said, "If she doesn't come with me, fine then. She can go back to her apartment that's probably filled with roaches and feces and who knows what other ungodly things, and I'll find someone else to help." But she followed me, lumbering on legs that stretched the limits of the sweatpants she had on. I held the door open for her and she waddled in, kneading the contents of that trash bag in her thick sausage fingers, making it belch and splurch. She stopped and just stood there in the middle of my office. "The elevator got stuck," she mumbled. "Yes, I'm sorry about that. I hope you were all right. Thank goodness you brought something to eat. Yes?" She started crying again, squeezing her trash bag, and I was afraid it was going to explode and leave God knows what all over my office floor. She nodded as her face turned red and tears poured out of seemingly every pore of her head. I went and got her a box of tissues and handed her a couple. She tried to take them while still holding onto the bag with both hands. "Would you like me to hold that?" I offered, praying she'd say no. She shook her head. "What do you have in there?" I finally decided to ask. She huffed and snorted, trying to inhale all the fluid back into her face. Using one of the tissues, she mopped her eyes and mouth, getting blotchy red smears all over the place. "Leela left. Leftovers," she stuttered. Then her chest started heaving, and she threw her head back and started bawling again. Her face was like a fountain. She was so utterly miserable, and I really started to feel bad for her. "Look," I said. Getting stuck in that elevator was obviously pretty traumatic. Her wailing hit a crescendo. "So why don't we postpone things until you've calmed down a bit?" She struggled through her sobbing. You want to meet with me?" "Well, yes, but not today. Why don't you go home and try to relax? I don't think you're in the right frame of mind right now to talk, but I want to help you. So let's schedule an appointment for later this week. How does that sound?" I walked back to my desk and got out one of my cards. Her mouth was quivering and she looked ready to collapse into a pile of screaming phlegm. But she was calming down a bit, just nodding more than anything, and she took my card with the same sticky fingers holding several drippy tissues. Thank you, she said quietly. I couldn't read her face at all. Her features were so red and swollen and wet that she seemed almost blank and expressionless. Do you want me to escort you down to the lobby? I asked. In case something happens with the elevator again, it should be all right, but I don't want you to be nervous. She shook her head. That don't seem like a good idea. Okay. And with that, she turned around and waddled out of my office, slowly, sobbing slightly every now and then. With her went that sloshy black trash bag, and with them both went that putrid aroma of filth and squalor. I literally breathed a sigh of relief as I heard the door click shut. She never called me back. It was a week later that I finally got around to having drinks with my colleague from downstairs. We were relaxing, having a couple beers, and I suddenly remembered her. Oh, thanks, by the way, I said. For what? For Amelia. Who? Amelia. Eating disorder? Last week you sent her up to me, remember? Oh, right. He sipped his beer. The one who got stuck in the elevator. How did that go? She was a wreck, I said. Sobbing and practically hysterical. I talked her into rescheduling, but she hasn't called me to make an appointment. Did you talk to her mother? No, I didn't get any information from her. I gave her my card. What did you think? He asked. Classic food dependency, I said. Definitely a binge eater. Her face was just all... No, not the mother. I mean, Amelia. What? What did you think of Amelia? He said again. I'm telling you what I thought. Amelia, the scrawny 12-year-old girl, you think is a binge eater? What? No, that's not... And then it hit me. Was her mother with her? Yeah, I sent them both up to you. They were in the elevator together? He looked at me, and the same dawning realization came over his own face. Needless to say, she never rescheduled Amelia D. something. Nor did her mother, the nameless, obese woman I met that day at the elevator smelling like death, covered in gore and carrying her trash bag of sloshing leftovers. The archivist's burden. The first photograph appeared on my desk on a Tuesday morning in October. I remember the exact moment because I had just finished cataloging a collection of Civil War letters, my specialty as head archivist at the Whitmore Historical Society. The photograph shouldn't have been remarkable. A black and white portrait of a young woman circa 1940s, her eyes downcast and hands folded primly in her lap. But something about it made my skin crawl. I've spent 20 years handling historical artifacts, learning to read the stories they tell beyond their physical presence. This photograph felt wrong. Not damaged or fraudulent. I've encountered plenty of those. But wrong in a way that defied professional explanation. The woman's pose was too still, her shadow too dark against the backdrop. And her hands. I could have sworn they were in a slightly different position each time I looked away and back. Margaret? I called out to my assistant but received no response. Right. She had taken a personal day. I was alone in the archive's basement office, surrounded by climate-controlled storage rooms and the gentle hum of dehumidifiers. I checked our acquisition records but found no entry for the photograph. This wasn't entirely unusual. We sometimes received anonymous donations through our mail slot. I created a new entry following standard cataloging procedure. My hands trembled slightly as I measured the photograph's dimensions. 8 by 10 inches, standard size. The paper was period appropriate, showing expected signs of age. When I looked up from my notes, there was a second photograph on my desk. I froze, pen hovering above paper. This one showed the same woman, but from a different angle. Her head was turned slightly to the right, and though her eyes were still downcast, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. The shadow behind her had grown larger, spreading across the backdrop like an ink stain. I am not a fanciful person. My profession demands rigorous attention to detail and skepticism toward unprovable claims. I've debunked countless stories of haunted artifacts and cursed heirlooms, but in that moment, I felt something I hadn't experienced since childhood, pure, irrational terror. I forced myself to remain calm and logical. Someone must have placed the second photograph there while I was distracted with cataloging. But I hadn't heard footsteps on the creaking floorboards, hadn't felt the characteristic draft when the basement door opened. The phone on my desk rang, making me jump. I answered with hands that were definitely shaking now. Whitmore Historical Society. This is Daniel speaking. Static crackled on the line. Through it I heard what sounded like an old recording of orchestral music, the kind played on a phonograph. A woman's voice, distant and distorted. Have you seen them yet? I'm sorry. Who is this? The collection needs to be complete. The music grew louder, brass instruments distorting into something that sounded like screaming. She's been waiting so long. The line went dead. When I looked back at my desk, there were 4 photographs. In the third, the woman's head was raised, but her face was obscured by shadow. The fourth showed her standing, her dress rippling as if caught in a breeze, though the backdrop remained perfectly still. The shadow behind her had taken on a vaguely human shape, reaching toward her with elongated fingers. I should have left, should have walked out of that basement and never returned. But archivists have a duty to preserve history, to maintain order in the face of chaos. And beneath my fear was a familiar, scholarly curiosity. Who was this woman? What was the significance of these photographs? How were they appearing on my desk? I began to research. The woman's clothing and hairstyle suggested the photographs were taken between 1943 and 1945. The backdrop and lighting setup matched the style of Marcus Sullivan, a photographer who operated a studio in downtown Whitmore during that period. Sullivan was known for his innovative techniques and had a particular interest in capturing movement in still photographs. He also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1945, leaving behind a fully equipped studio but no traces of his work. The police investigation found all of his photographs and negatives had been destroyed, the ashes still warm in his fireplace when they arrived. As I read the newspaper archive's account of Sullivan's disappearance, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The article mentioned his last known client, Miss Eleanor Reed, age 23, who sat for a portrait session on the morning of Sullivan's disappearance. When questioned, Miss Reed claimed to have no memory of the session, though multiple witnesses saw her enter the studio. She was cleared of any involvement, but suffered a nervous breakdown and was institutionalized 2 weeks later. I looked up from the microfilm reader. 8 photographs now covered my desk. In each successive image, the woman, Eleanor, was closer to the camera. Her smile had widened into something that stretched too far across her face. The shadow behind her had resolved into a dark figure that exactly matched her pose, like a 3-dimensional silhouette trying to peel itself away. The air in the basement felt thick, heavy with the scent of photographic chemicals. The humming of the dehumidifiers had taken on a rhythmic quality that reminded me of the orchestral music from the phone call. I reached for the newest photograph with trembling fingers. The moment I touched it, every light in the basement flickered and died, leaving only the red glow of the emergency exit signs. In that crimson illumination, I saw that the photographs had changed. Eleanor was looking directly at the camera now, her eyes wide and pleading. The shadow figure had wrapped its arms around her waist, its head inclined toward her neck. And then, in the darkness between one emergency light and the next, I heard it, the whir and click of a camera shutter, again and again. Each sound brought a burst of phantom flashbulb light that burned after images into my vision. When my eyes adjusted, the photographs had multiplied. They covered my desk, spilled onto the floor, plastered themselves across the walls. Hundreds of Eleanors stared at me, their expressions progressing from fear to resignation to something else entirely. In each image, the shadow figure grew more substantial, more real, while Eleanor became increasingly transparent, like a double exposure slowly fading away. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the air as I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of archival boxes. The crash echoed through the basement, but beneath it, I heard something else. The scratch of a phonograph needle, followed by that distant orchestral music. The collection must be complete. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, Eleanor's and not Eleanor's, a chorus of whispers that made my teeth ache. The emergency lights flickered faster now, strobe-like bursts that transformed the basement into a makeshift darkroom. In those fractional seconds of illumination, I saw them. Figures stepping out of the photographs, Eleanor and her shadow multiplied into a crowd of identical pairs. They moved with jerky, stop-motion precision, like subjects in an early motion study. With each step, the shadow figures grew more solid while the Eleanors became increasingly ghost-like. I ran for the stairs, but they were blocked by a wall of photographs that hadn't been there moments before. Each one showed the same scene, the basement, from every conceivable angle, with me at the center. And in every image, standing just behind me, was a shadow that didn't match my pose. The whirring of camera shutters reached a deafening crescendo. The emergency lights exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. In the total darkness that followed, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers made of photographic negative. "Your turn," Eleanor's voice whispered, her breath like chemical fixer against my ear. "The artist needs new subjects." The last thing I saw before the flashbulb went off was my own shadow, standing 3 feet away, smiling back at me. They found me the next morning when Margaret came into work. I was sitting at my desk, apparently cataloging a collection of photographs that didn't exist. The doctors called it a psychotic break brought on by prolonged isolation and archival gases. They said I was lucky. Most of the other victims of the Whitmore photography incident didn't survive their encounters. I've been in this institution for 3 months now. The medication helps with the tremors, but nothing can erase what I saw, what I became. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my reflection moves a fraction of a second too late. My shadow falls in impossible directions, no matter where the light source is, and the photographs keep appearing. On my bedside table, under my pillow, tucked into my case file. Always the same progression, always ending with a new subject. The collection grows, one portrait at a time. I know how this story ends. I've seen it play out in silver halide and shadow, frozen in countless variations, The artist is patient. The camera is always watching. And somewhere in that basement archive, in a box that can't be found but can't be destroyed, the negatives are waiting to be developed. Here's the truth I've learned too late. Some histories shouldn't be preserved. Some stories are meant to fade away, like old photographs left in sunlight. But art is permanent, and shadows never truly disappear. They just find new subjects to cast them. I have to go now. The orderly is here with my medication, but his shadow is walking in the wrong direction. And I swear I can hear very faintly the sound of orchestral music playing on an antique phonograph. Click. The morning commute. I've been trying to write this down for 3 days now. My hands still shake when I think about it, but I need to document what happened while the details are fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of it, because I sure can't. I keep checking news sites and local forums, but there's nothing. Just the usual traffic reports and weather updates. It started last Wednesday. Nothing special about that morning. Just another dreary February commute. I remember being annoyed because my travel mug was leaking slightly, leaving little brown rings on my center console. The heat was blasting to fight off the 28-degree chill, making that plasticky new car smell more noticeable than usual in my recently leased Civic. I always take the back roads to avoid I-95 traffic. There's this stretch of Route 27 that winds through the woods for about 4 miles before connecting to the industrial park where I work. Usually I zone out on autopilot there, just following the gentle curves while my mind wanders to the day ahead. But something felt off that morning, even before anything actually happened. The first thing I noticed was the radio. I always listen to NPR during my morning drive. Helps me feel somewhat informed about the world. But around 7:45 a.m., right as I was entering that wooded stretch, the signal started cutting out. Not unusual for that area, but this was different. Between bursts of static, I could swear I heard what sounded like backward speech. Not garbled nonsense, but actual words being played in reverse. I tried changing stations, but they were all doing it. I switched the radio off, deciding to drive in silence rather than deal with the unsettling noise. That's when I noticed how quiet everything was. No wind in the trees, no birds. Even my engine seemed muffled, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the car. The morning fog was thicker than usual too, clinging to the road in a way that made the yellow lines look like they were floating. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't completely unusual for that stretch, but the time display caught my eye. 7:47 a.m. I distinctly remember because I had just checked it 2 minutes earlier when the radio started acting up. Still 7:47 a.m. I watched for another 30 seconds or so. Still 7:47 a.m. The seconds weren't moving. My rational brain kicked in. Obviously, the phone's frozen. Force restart it later. But my skin was starting to prickle. That animal instinct that tells you something's wrong before your conscious mind can process why. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, wanting to get through the woods and back to civilization. That's when I saw the first one. At first I thought it was just a trick of the fog, a darker patch that seemed to be moving wrong. You know how fog usually drifts with the wind? This patch was moving perpendicular to the rest, like it was cutting through it. As I got closer, it resolved into what looked like a person walking alongside the road. Nothing inherently scary about that, except they were walking backwards, perfect fluid backward steps, like a video being rewound. And they were wearing what looked like business casual clothes, slacks, button-up shirt. But the fabric was wrong. It rippled and shifted like static on an old TV, black and white pixels constantly rearranging themselves. I gripped the steering wheel harder, my knuckles going white. Just someone exercising in weird athletic wear, I told myself. One of those recovery suits with the electronic muscle stimulation or whatever. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't right. As I passed them, they turned their head to track my car. That's when my heart nearly stopped. Where their face should have been, there was just more static. Not blank skin, not a mask, but a void of shifting black and white pixels, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. I looked straight ahead, pressing the accelerator harder. Don't acknowledge it. You're tired, you're imagining things, just get to work. But in my peripheral vision, I could see more dark shapes emerging from the fog. 3, then 7, then dozens, all walking backwards along both sides of the road, all wearing those business casual clothes that weren't quite clothes, all turning their static-filled faces to watch my car pass. The air in the car felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My ears popped like I was changing altitude, and the engine noise became even more distant. The forest beyond the figures was wrong too. The trees looked like cardboard cutouts, flat and artificial. When I blinked, they seemed to shift position slightly, like a glitching video game trying to render a scene. I reached for my phone to try recording what I was seeing, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the seats. When I glanced down for a split second to grab it, I heard a sound that I still can't properly describe, like a dial-up modem screaming through a meat grinder, but deeper, more organic. I looked up and immediately slammed on the brakes. One of them was standing in the middle of the road facing my car, not walking backwards like the others, just standing perfectly still. It was closer than any of the others had been, close enough to see details I wish I hadn't noticed. Its clothes weren't just shifting patterns, they were flowing upwards, like water running in reverse, and there were gaps in it, places where the static cleared for a fraction of a second, showing something underneath that my brain refuses to properly process. Something geometric but non-Euclidean, folding in on itself in ways that shouldn't be possible. I sat there, engine idling, hands frozen on the wheel, staring at this thing through my windshield. It cocked its head at an angle that went slightly too far, like a bird but wrong. The static of its face started forming patterns, almost like it was trying to mimic my features. That's when I noticed the temperature display on my dashboard. 77.7 degrees. The same numbers kept flickering over and over, even though I could see my breath fogging in the freezing air. The clock read 7:47 a.m. The odometer was stuck on 7,177.7 miles. That's when I did something either very brave or very stupid. I laid on the horn. The sound came out distorted, stretched and warped like it was being played at quarter speed. But it had an effect. The figure in the road spasmed, its form glitching violently, and then it moved. Not stepped or walked, but moved, like a video file corrupting. One frame it was in the road, the next it was beside my car, hand pressed against my driver's side window. The static of its face pressed close to the glass, forming and reforming into almost recognizable patterns. Was it trying to communicate? Trying to get in? I didn't wait to find out. I slammed the accelerator and swerved around where it had been standing. My tires found purchase on the wet asphalt and I shot forward, engine finally roaring at its proper volume. In my rearview mirror, I could see all of them turning to watch me go. Their movements jerky and wrong, like stop-motion animation at too few frames per second. The fog began to thin. My phone suddenly chimed with a dozen delayed notifications. The radio burst back to life mid-sentence, some story about local council elections. The clock jumped to 8:15 a.m., The temperature reading settled back to a realistic 29 degrees. Everything was normal again. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, hands trembling so badly I could barely put the car in park. The morning commuters filling their tanks and buying coffee gave me odd looks. I must have seemed crazy, sitting there hyperventilating in my car. When I finally got my breathing under control, I checked my phone. The photos I tried to take were corrupted, just blocky digital artifacts and strange patterns. But I did find something else. In my podcast app's recently played history, there was an entry from 7:47 a.m. It's just 30 seconds of what sounds like white noise, but if you play it backwards and adjust the speed, it almost sounds like words. I uploaded it to my computer and ran it through some audio software, but I still can't make out what it's saying. I called out sick that day, drove home taking the interstate, even though it added 40 minutes to my journey. I've been taking that route ever since, even though it means leaving an hour earlier and sitting in traffic. Better than the alternative. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. I decided to do some research into that stretch of Route 27. Found some old forum posts and local news articles. Over the past decade, there have been an unusually high number of single-car accidents there, always between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. The police reports all read similarly. Driver lost control of vehicle. No obvious cause determined. Driver claimed mechanical malfunction, but no evidence found. And the victims? All commuters, all wearing business casual. I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Bad cell reception and a frozen phone, fog playing tricks on my eyes, stress and an overactive imagination. But yesterday, I was reviewing some old work emails and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every email I've ever sent between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. is corrupted. The text is replaced with strings of sevens and static characters. The timestamps are all stuck at 7:47 a.m. I have to drive to my sister's wedding next week. It's a 6-hour trip and I've mapped 3 different routes. They all intersect with Route 27 at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but if you're reading this and you commute through wooded areas in the early morning, do yourself a favor. Check your clock when the fog rolls in, and if it ever gets stuck at 7:47 a.m., don't stop driving. Don't look at the shapes in the mist, and whatever you do, don't honk your horn. They might just honk back. The empty frame. I never should have bought that antique mirror. The elderly woman at the estate sale seemed almost desperate to get rid of it, practically pushing it into my hands while rambling about family heirlooms and traditions. I thought she was just another eccentric trying to clear out her mother's belongings. The ornate silver frame was exactly what I needed for my photography studio's vintage aesthetic, and at $20, it was a steal. If only I'd noticed how she wouldn't look directly at its surface, or how her hands trembled when she handed me the receipt. The first few weeks were unremarkable. Clients loved posing in front of the 8-foot mirror, especially for wedding photos. The way it seemed to catch and amplify light gave every reflection an ethereal quality. Several people commented that they looked younger in it, more vibrant somehow. I started to think I'd discovered some old-world craftsmanship secret that made everything more beautiful. Then came the day I noticed the delay. I was cleaning the studio after hours, wiping down the mirror's surface, when I saw my reflection pause for a fraction of a second before lowering its cleaning cloth. At first, I convinced myself it was just fatigue from a long day of shoots, but as I stood there, deliberately moving my arm up and down, the lag became impossible to ignore. My reflection was following my movements just slightly out of sync, like a video feed with bad latency. I should have gotten rid of it right then. Instead, I did what any modern person would do. I started documenting it. I set up my camera equipment to record the mirror while I moved in front of it, thinking I could maybe go viral with proof of some weird optical phenomenon. The footage never showed anything unusual. The lag only happened when I was alone with it, watching with my own eyes. That's when the smiling started. It was subtle at first. My reflection would hold its smile a beat too long after I'd stopped, lips still curved upward, while mine had already fallen neutral. Then it started smiling when I wasn't smiling at all. I'd catch glimpses of it grinning at me while I was turning away or packing up equipment. Once, I swear I saw it wink. The clients never noticed anything wrong. Their reflections behaved perfectly normally, mirroring their movements with exact precision. But sometimes, in the background of their shots, I could see my own reflection watching them with that unnaturally wide smile, even though I was behind the camera. I started covering the mirror with a sheet at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me through it. But every morning, no matter how securely I'd fastened it, the sheet would be on the floor. The mirror's surface would be flawless, without a speck of dust, as if someone had just cleaned it. One evening, as I was rushing to finish a wedding album delivery, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo that included the mirror, my reflection was standing in a slightly different position than I remembered being in while taking the shot. In some, it was turned toward the camera when I knew I'd been facing the couple. In others, it was closer to the clients than I'd ever stood. And in every single one, it was smiling that horrible, stretched smile. I started having nightmares about my reflection reaching through the glass, its fingers elongating into silver needles as it tried to pull me in. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that looked like someone had been trying to grab me. The mirror seemed to grow larger in the dark, its frame extending like twisted branches across my studio walls. Things came to a head during a senior portrait session. The girl was posing in front of the mirror when she suddenly screamed. When I rushed over, she was shaking, pointing at the reflection. "Your eyes," she kept saying. "Your eyes were all wrong." I apologized profusely, blamed it on weird lighting, and offered her a full refund. After she left, I finally worked up the courage to really look at my reflection. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then it tilted its head at an impossible angle, and I saw what the girl had meant about the eyes. They were silver, like the mirror's frame, and they were looking at me with an intelligence that was definitely not my own. That night, I decided the mirror had to go. I called a friend to help me move it, not wanting to face it alone anymore. But when Jake arrived, he walked right past it without seeing it. When I pointed to the massive frame, he looked confused, asking if I was feeling okay. To him, there was nothing but an empty wall. I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and for the first time, my reflection didn't mimic me. It stayed perfectly still, watching as my fingers made contact with the glass. The surface felt like ice water, and my hand sank through as if it were liquid. My reflection's smile grew impossibly wide as it reached out and grabbed my wrist. I tried to pull back, but its grip was like steel. I screamed for Jake, but he had already left the room, still unable to see anything wrong. The last thing I heard was his footsteps fading down the hallway as my reflection pulled me forward, through the mirror's surface, into a world where everything was backwards and bathed in that strange silver light. I'm writing this from the other side now. I can see out into my studio, but everything is reversed, like a photo negative. People come and go, but they can't see me frantically pounding on the glass. My reflection, The thing that took my place runs my business perfectly. It talks to clients, takes their photos, and smiles that terrible smile that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes other trapped souls drift past me in this silver void. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Some have been here so long they're barely human anymore, their forms distorted like reflections in a carnival mirror. They whisper about the others who were pulled through, generation after generation, feeding the mirror's hunger for new reflections. The elderly woman from the estate sale is here too. She's the one who told me about the mirror's origin, how it was crafted centuries ago by a silversmith who made a deal with something ancient and hungry. She warned me that the mirror needs to be fed regularly. That's why it takes new owners, why it has to keep replacing worn-out reflections with fresh ones. I watch as my imposter hangs a for sale sign in the studio window. The price listed for the mirror is $20. I want to warn potential buyers, but all I can do is press my hands against the glass and hope they notice how their reflections smile just a little too long, how their movements aren't quite in sync. Yesterday, a young photographer came to look at it. She was so excited about the vintage frame, just like I had been. I screamed until my throat was raw, but of course she couldn't hear me. As she handed over the money, I saw my replacement's smile stretch wider than any human mouth should go. Last night, I watched as it finally dropped its disguise in the darkness of the closed studio. Its silver eyes gleamed as its face split open like a blooming flower, revealing rows of mirrored teeth. It pressed its forehead against the glass and whispered, "Soon you'll fade like all the others. But don't worry, I'll find someone new to take your place." I know now why the mirror's surface is always so clean. We press ourselves against it constantly, trying to break through, trying to warn the next victim. Our desperate fingers leave no prints, our tears leave no streaks, our blood leaves no stains. We are nothing but reflections now, trapped in this silver void, watching the world through a window we can never break. The young photographer comes to collect the mirror tomorrow. As I write this, I can see my replacement preparing the studio for her arrival. It's humming quietly as it polishes the frame, and in the deepening darkness, I swear I can see other faces forming in the mirror's surface. Hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass, all wearing that same horrible smile. We are all just reflections here, endlessly watching, endlessly waiting. And somewhere, in an antique shop or estate sale, another mirror from the same silversmith is waiting too, its surface pristine, its frame gleaming with an otherworldly shine. Perhaps you've seen one. Perhaps you've noticed how your reflection moves just a fraction of a second too slowly, how its smile lingers just a little too long. Whatever you do, don't look too closely. Don't let yourself be drawn in by that silver light. And if you ever see your reflection smile when you're not smiling, run. But know that it's probably already too late. After all, we all thought we could escape too. Now we're just faces in the glass, watching helplessly as the cycle continues, as the mirror feeds, as new reflections join our ranks in this endless silver void. And somewhere out there, right now, someone is admiring their reflection in a beautiful antique mirror, not yet noticing that their smile isn't quite their own anymore. The harvest at dusk. The twilight here never ends. That's what I keep telling myself as I watch the sun hover eternally at the horizon, bleeding pale amber light across the Scottish hills. It's been like this for days now, or maybe weeks. Time feels wrong in Craigmore. I came to this remote village to research ancient agricultural practices for my PhD thesis. A perfect opportunity, my advisor had called it, noting how the community still maintained centuries-old traditions. But she hadn't mentioned the light, or the silence, or the way the villagers watch me with those patient, knowing eyes. The train station is 15 miles away, down a single-track road that winds through the hills like a crack in the earth. My rental car sits in front of the bed and breakfast where I'm staying, its windows filmed with chalk-like dust, despite there being no construction or quarries nearby. I should leave. I know I should leave. But every time I think about it, Mrs. McDougall appears with another pot of tea or plate of fresh-baked bread, and somehow the day slips away in that eternal dusk. The Solstice Festival starts tomorrow, Mr. McLeod, she told me this morning, her thin fingers arranging oatcakes on a blue willow plate. You're fortunate to be here for it. We don't often have outsiders join us for the harvest. I tried to explain that I needed to head back to Edinburgh, but she just smiled, patted my hand, and said, "The old ways must be maintained, and names have power here, James McLeod. Blood calls to blood." The way she said my name made my skin crawl. I've been sitting in my room ever since, watching that frozen sun and trying to make sense of my notes. The pages are filled with interviews about wheat cultivation and harvest rituals, but the words seem to swim and rearrange themselves when I look at them too long. Fragments catch my eye. The grain must be fed. When the light holds still, the chalk circle contains what rises from bone. A knock at my door makes me jump, sending papers scattering across the floor. "Come in," I call out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the heavy air. It's Annie, Mrs. McDougall's granddaughter. She's about my age, with long dark hair and eyes that remind me of deep wells. "Grandfather wants to speak with you," she says softly, "about the old methods you're studying. I've been trying to interview old Ian McDougall since I arrived, but he's always been unavailable." My heart races at the opportunity, even as something in Annie's expression makes me want to lock my door and hide under the bed. "Of course," I hear myself say. "Lead the way." The hallway seems longer than I remember, its faded wallpaper swimming with patterns that don't quite resolve into recognizable shapes. Annie's feet make no sound on the creaking floorboards. The air grows cooler as we descend the stairs, and I catch a whiff of something ancient and earthen, like freshly turned soil mixed with copper and chalk. Old Ian is waiting in the parlor, seated in a high-backed chair that might once have been red, but has faded to the color of dried blood. The eternal twilight filtering through the windows casts strange shadows across his weathered face. His eyes are the same as Annie's, bottomless, patient, hungry. "Sit, James McLeod," he says, gesturing to the chair across from him. His voice sounds like dry wheat stalks rustling in the wind. "Tell me what you know of the old ways." I take out my notebook with trembling fingers and begin to explain my research into traditional Scottish farming practices. He listens silently, head tilted slightly, until I mention the unusual alignment of prehistoric stone circles with known planting sites. "Ah," he breathes, leaning forward. "Now you're asking the right questions. The stones remember, you see. They remember what the earth requires, what the harvest demands." A chill runs down my spine despite the summer evening. Demands. Growth requires sacrifice, Mr. McLeod. Surely your research has taught you that much. The old farmers understood. Every harvest is a transaction. The land must be fed if it's to feed us in return. My mouth feels dry. Fed with fertilizer, you mean? Natural compounds? He smiles, showing teeth that seem too sharp in the dim light. Natural, yes, but older than any chemical, deeper than bone. He gestures to Annie, who has been standing silently by the door. Show him the old granary. I want to refuse. Every instinct is screaming at me to run, but my legs betray me, rising of their own accord. Annie's cool fingers wrap around my wrist, and I follow her out into the endless twilight. The village is silent as we walk down the dirt road. No birds sing, no insects chirp. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. Houses huddle close together, their windows dark despite the hour, or perhaps because of it. How do you mark time when the sun refuses to set? The granary stands at the edge of town, a massive stone structure that looks far older than the surrounding buildings. Its walls are covered in carved symbols that make my eyes hurt if I look at them too long. Annie produces an iron key that seems to drink in what little light remains. "The old ways endure," she whispers as the lock clicks open. "Blood calls to blood, James McLeod, and names have power here." The door swings inward with a sound like a dying breath. The smell hits me first, earth and age and something metallic that makes my stomach turn. Annie pulls me forward into the darkness. My shoes scrape against something that feels like scattered grains but crunches wrong under my feet. "Look," Annie commands, producing a lamp that fills the space with sickly yellow light. "Look and understand." I look. God help me, I look. The walls are lined with ancient farming tools, scythes and sickles whose edges gleam too brightly for their apparent age. Between them hang bundles of wheat, bound with what I first take to be twine, but quickly realize is human hair in varying shades of gray and brown and red. The floor is covered in a mixture of grain and what I now recognize as fragments of bone, worn smooth by countless feet over countless years. But it's the back wall that draws my horrified gaze. A massive circular design is carved into the stone, its grooves filled with chalk that seems to pulse with its own inner light. At its center is a deeper hollow, stained with layers of brown-black that can only be centuries of dried blood. "The harvest must be fed," Annie whispers, her voice taking on the same dry wheat quality as her grandfather's. "The old stones remember, the earth demands, and blood calls to blood." I try to pull away, but her grip has become impossibly strong. More figures appear in the doorway: Mrs. McDougall, old Ian, other villagers I recognize from my interviews. Their eyes reflect the lamplight like deep wells in the twilight. "Your ancestor understood," old Ian says, stepping forward. "James McLeod the Elder knew what the land required. His sacrifice kept the wheat growing through 7 years of famine. And now, when the harvests grow thin again, another McLeod returns to us." He smiles, showing those 2 sharp teeth. "Names have power here. Blood calls to blood, and the old ways must be maintained." They surge forward as one, their hands like iron bands around my arms and legs. I try to scream, but Annie presses a handful of wheat against my mouth, the grains mixing with the taste of chalk and copper. As they drag me toward the circular carving, I realize with horrible clarity why the twilight never ends in Craighmore. The sun can't bear to watch what happens in the dark. They found my rental car 2 weeks later, covered in that same chalk-like dust. My thesis advisor reported me missing after I failed to check in, but the police investigation turned up nothing. The villagers of Craighmore were helpful and concerned, saying I had stayed only 1 night before leaving early in the morning. They even produced a note in my handwriting, explaining that I was following a new research lead. No one thought to check the old granary. No one noticed that the wheat grew taller and thicker that year than any in living memory. And if anyone wondered about the endless twilight that hangs over the village like a shroud, they didn't wonder long. The old ways endure. The harvest must be fed. And in Craigmore, where the sun never quite sets, blood still calls to blood. The security camera. The first time I saw my husband's double, I thought it was a glitch. I had just installed our new security system that afternoon, one of those fancy setups with motion detection, night vision, and smartphone connectivity. David thought I was being paranoid, but after the string of break-ins in our neighborhood, I wasn't taking any chances. Besides, as a software engineer who often worked late from home, I liked having eyes on our property when I was alone at night. The cameras had been running for less than 6 hours when my phone buzzed with its first motion alert. 2:01 a.m. I was still awake, catching up on some code reviews in my home office. The notification showed a still from our backyard camera, a dark figure standing motionless in the grass. My heart rate spiked until I recognized David's familiar silhouette. His broad shoulders, the slight slouch he'd developed from years hunched over keyboards, that distinctively messy bedhead I'd tease him about. I figured he must have had trouble sleeping and stepped out for some air. Not totally unusual. He'd been stressed about the upcoming product launch at work. I was about to dismiss the alert when something made me pause. The figure was completely still. Not the natural shifting of weight or subtle movements you'd expect from someone standing outside. Just perfectly, unnaturally motionless. That's when I realized he wasn't looking around the yard or up at the stars. He was staring directly at our second-floor bedroom window. Our bedroom window, where I could see the warm glow of our bedside lamp still burning. The lamp I always left on because David liked having some light when he got up to use the bathroom. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I pulled up the live feed from the indoor security camera I'd installed in our bedroom. There was David, curled up under the covers on his side of the bed, chest rising and falling in the peaceful rhythm of deep sleep. I looked back at the yard camera. The figure was still there, still staring. I closed my laptop and crept upstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Our bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. David was exactly as I'd seen on camera, sound asleep, occasionally making the soft whistling sound through his nose that I normally found endearing, but now sent chills down my spine. I crossed to the window on trembling legs. The yard below was empty. I checked the security footage immediately. At exactly 3 a.m., the figure had simply vanished. One frame it was there, the next gone, with no movement in between. I rewound to the beginning of the incident. Same thing. At 2 a.m. sharp, it had appeared instantaneously in the middle of our yard. I barely slept that night, watching David's peaceful face in the lamplight and trying to convince myself I'd seen some kind of technical glitch. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, and the next. Always at exactly 2 a.m. Always standing in the exact same spot. Always staring at our window with David's face. I started sleeping less and less, spending my nights hunched over my monitors, documenting every detail. The figure never moved, never shifted, never blinked, just stood there, a perfect carbon copy of my husband, staring up at where we slept, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried telling David about it over breakfast that first week. He'd laughed it off, assuming I was joking. When I showed him the footage, he'd frowned and suggested it must be some kind of video artifact or reflection. He promised to stay awake with me the next night to see it in person. But when 2 a.m. came, he was sound asleep despite his promises. No amount of shaking would wake him. I watched in horror as his duplicate appeared in the yard right on schedule, while David slumbered beside me, impossibly heavy in a sleep that seemed more like unconsciousness. That's when the differences started. It was subtle at first. David would wake up groggy and irritable, with no memory of having promised to stay up with me. He'd zone out during conversations, staring blankly into space until I touched his arm or called his name. His appetite changed. He who had always been a picky eater suddenly started devouring his food with mechanical efficiency, like he was fueling up rather than enjoying a meal. Then came the physical changes. His skin seemed slightly waxy, especially in the mornings. His movements became more precise, more deliberate, losing the natural clumsiness I'd always found charming. Sometimes I'd catch him standing perfectly still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But the eyes were the worst. David's eyes had always been a warm brown, crinkled at the corners from his ready smile. Now they seemed darker somehow, flatter, empty. I started documenting these changes too, in an encrypted file on my laptop. I knew how it would sound if I told anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood in our yard each night wasn't just watching us. It was studying us, learning, preparing. And David wasn't really David anymore. I began sleeping in my home office, claiming I had too much work to come to bed. I installed more cameras throughout the house, hidden ones David didn't know about. I watched him when he thought he was alone. The way he would practice expressions in mirrors, like an actor rehearsing for a role. The way he would sometimes forget to blink for minutes at a time. The way he would stand in empty rooms, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But it was the footage from last night that finally broke me. I was reviewing the bedroom camera feed from around 5 a.m., just before David usually wakes up. The video quality was poor. There had been a storm, and the power had flickered several times. But I could clearly see David's form under the covers. Then came a power surge, the image distorting with static. When it cleared, the bed was empty. I frantically checked the other cameras. Nothing in the hallway, nothing on the stairs, nothing in the kitchen or living room. David had vanished from our locked and alarmed house without triggering a single motion sensor. Then movement caught my eye on the yard camera. A figure walking slowly back toward the house. David's figure. It moved with that same mechanical precision I'd grown to dread, but now there was something else in its gait. A confidence, a purpose. It looked up directly at the camera, smiled, not David's warm, natural smile, but something that just stretched his lips without touching his eyes. Then it raised one hand and waved, holding up a familiar keychain. My keychain, the one I'd left on my office desk when I'd finally passed out from exhaustion an hour earlier. I'm typing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 2 towns over. My hands won't stop shaking, because I know what this means. The thing in my yard, the thing wearing my husband's face. It's not watching anymore. It's done learning, done practicing, done replacing. And now it's coming for me. My phone buzzes, another motion alert. I don't want to look, but I can't help myself. It's footage from one of my hidden cameras inside the house. My office. There's a figure standing in the doorway. It's wearing David's face, but the movement is all wrong as it turns its head to stare directly into the camera. Its smile is impossibly wide now, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. In its hand is my laptop, the one I'd left behind in my panic to escape, the one containing all my documentation, all my evidence. As I watch, it waves at the camera with that horrible smile. Then it does something worse. It speaks. "Coming home soon, honey? Don't worry. I'll wait up for you. After all..." The thing wearing my husband's face leans closer to the camera, its features distorting slightly, like melting wax. I never sleep. I throw my phone out the car window, watching it shatter on the asphalt. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely grip the steering wheel, but I force myself to focus. I need to drive, need to get far away, need to warn others. But as I reach for the ignition, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Have my movements always been this precise? Has my skin always had this waxy sheen? When was the last time I blinked? I look closer at my reflection, at the thing wearing my face, now smiling, and I begin to scream. The Longest Night, found among the personal effects of Astrid Nilsson, dated December 22, 2024. The following account was written in a leather-bound journal, with several pages torn out prior to the beginning of the entry. Local newspapers confirm unusual aurora activity during the period described. I need to write this down while I can still trust my own memories, while the stitches in my palm are still fresh enough to sting when I grip the pen. 3 days have passed since the winter solstice, but I haven't slept more than a few hours. I keep checking my phone, 3:27 a.m., always 3:27 a.m., even when hours have clearly passed, even when the dim winter sun briefly shows itself above the mountains. The time doesn't change, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I should start from the beginning, from before everything went wrong in Hoyfjella. I hadn't seen my sister Maya in almost 2 years when she called about the teaching position at the village school. "They're desperate for an English teacher up here," she said, her voice crackling over the poor connection. "The pay is amazing, and you'd have your own cottage. Plus..." She hesitated. "I miss you, Astrid. We need to fix things between us." I almost declined. Our last fight had been brutal. Accusations about our mother's care, about the family property, about who had abandoned whom. But something in her voice sounded different, vulnerable, and maybe she was right about fixing things. So I accepted the job, packed up my life in Oslo, and drove north into the mountains as the first snow of winter began to fall. Hoyfjella was smaller than I expected, maybe 50 houses clustered around a small central square, with the school, church, and grocery store forming a triangle of community life. My cottage sat at the edge of the village, a rustic one-bedroom affair with a view of the mountains that would have been charming if it weren't so isolated. Maya lived on the opposite end of the village, which felt pointed somehow, but I tried not to read too much into it. The first few weeks were normal, mundane even. I taught English to children who struggled with the sounds and basic verb conjugation. I learned which days the grocery store got fresh bread deliveries. I got used to the constant darkness of winter, the way the aurora would sometimes paint the sky in shimmering curtains of green and purple. I even started wearing the old silver pendant Mom had given me before she died, the one with the intricate knotwork that matched Maya's, a peace offering maybe. It was on the winter solstice that things changed. I was grading papers when my phone buzzed with a text from Maya. "Need to talk. Important. Come over tonight?" I bundled up against the cold and made my way through the village. The snow was falling heavily, muffling every sound except the crunch of my boots. The aurora was particularly bright that night, casting an eerie glow that made the snow look almost green. As I passed the church, I noticed a group of ravens perched along the roof ridge, silent and still, too still. I counted 7 of them, their black shapes stark against the shifting lights above. Maya's house was dark when I arrived, except for a single candle burning in the kitchen window. I knocked, but there was no answer. The door was unlocked, not unusual in a village this small, but something made me hesitate before stepping inside. "Maya?" I called out, stamping snow from my boots. "It's Astrid." The house smelled wrong, like copper and something else I couldn't place, something organic and musty, like old leaves or damp wool. The candle in the window cast strange shadows on the walls, and I noticed that all the photographs, the ones of us as children, of our parents, of Maya's life here, had been turned to face the wall. Up here. Maya's voice drifted down from the second floor, but it sounded off, like she was speaking through something. I should have left then. Everything in my body was screaming at me to leave, but she was my sister, and we were supposed to be fixing things. I found her in the spare bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by what looked like sewing supplies. She was wearing our mother's old wedding dress, yellowed with age, and her hands were busy with needle and thread. "I've been waiting for you," she said without looking up. "Do you remember when we used to sew with Mom? How she taught us that every stitch holds a purpose?" My throat felt dry. "Maya, what's going on? Why are you wearing that dress?" She finally looked up at me, and I took an involuntary step backward. Her face was the same, the sister I'd grown up with, fought with, loved and resented in equal measure. But her eyes were wrong. They reflected the aurora's light like a cat's eyes would, glowing green in the darkness. "They told me you'd come," she said, her voice dreamy and distant. "The ravens promised. They said on the longest night, when the veil is thinnest, we could fix everything. Make it right again. We just need to stitch it back together." I reached for the doorframe to steady myself, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Who told you? Maya, you're scaring me." She held up her hands, and I saw that they were covered in complex patterns, sewn directly into her skin. Dark thread wove in and out of her flesh in the same knotwork design as our pendants. Blood beaded along the stitches, but she didn't seem to feel any pain. "Don't you see?" she whispered. "This is how we become whole again, how we stop the separation." Mother understood. That's why she gave us the pendants, to keep us connected. But we broke it, Astrid. We broke everything. Now we have to sew it back together. She stood up in one fluid motion, needle glinting in her hand. "Give me your hand, sister. It only hurts for a moment." What happened next comes back in flashes, like screenshots from a horror movie I never wanted to watch. Maya lunging for me with inhuman speed, the needle piercing my palm as I tried to block her, the sensation of thread pulling through my flesh like ice. Ravens bursting through the windows in the explosion of glass and feathers. The pendant burning cold against my chest. I remember running through the snow, blood dripping black in the aurora's light. I remember the ravens following, their wings making no sound as they flew. I remember reaching my cottage, locking the door and huddling in the corner as their beaks tapped against every window, keeping time like a metronome. Tap, tap, tap. When I looked at my phone, it was 3:27 a.m. It's been 3:27 a.m. ever since. The police came the next day, but they found nothing strange at Maya's house. No blood, no broken windows, no sewing supplies. Just my sister, confused about why I'd run out during our conversation about Mom's estate. The officers were kind but dismissive. "Stress," they suggested. "The darkness gets to everyone eventually. but the stitches in my palm are real. I can trace their pattern, identical to the knotwork in the pendant I no longer dare to wear. Sometimes I think I can feel them moving under my skin, trying to complete a design I can't fully see. And every night at 3:27 a.m., I hear the ravens outside my window. Tap, tap, tap. Maya still teaches at the village school. We wave to each other in the grocery store, exchange pleasantries about the weather. She seems normal now, concerned about my episode, eager to repair our relationship. She suggested I see the village doctor about my hand, about my insistence that something happened that night. She's probably right. That would be the rational thing to do. But I won't. Because sometimes, when the aurora is particularly bright, I catch a glimpse of her hands, and beneath her skin, I swear I can see the threads moving, weaving patterns that pull at something deep in my blood, calling to the unfinished stitches in my palm, reminding me that on the longest night of the year, when the veil is thinnest, there are debts that must be paid in thread and silver and sisterhood. I think I understand now why Mom gave us the pendants, why she made us promise to always wear them. What I don't understand, what keeps me awake as the ravens tap their endless rhythm against my windows, is whether she meant them to protect us from what lives in the darkness of Høyfjellet, or to mark us as its own. The journal entry ends here. Astrid Nilsson's current whereabouts are unknown. Her sister Maya continues to teach at Høyfjellet school, and when asked about Astrid, she simply smiles and touches the silver pendant at her throat. The sound of spinning. I've been trying to write this down for weeks now. My therapist says it might help to get it all out, but every time I start, my hands shake so badly I can barely type. Even now, sitting in my well-lit home office at 2:47 p.m. on a sunny Tuesday, I keep glancing over my shoulder. The rational part of my brain knows there's nothing there, but rationality doesn't count for much anymore. Not since that night at Riverside Park. I should probably mention that I'm a photojournalist for the local paper. Nothing glamorous, mostly community events, high school sports, that sort of thing. The assignment that brought me to the park that night was supposed to be a simple puff piece about the holiday carnival. You know the type. Happy families, cotton candy, twinkly lights. The kind of wholesome content that fills space between car dealership ads. The carnival had been in town for about a week, and my editor wanted some night shots to capture the magical atmosphere. I remember rolling my eyes when she said that. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have called in sick. I arrived around 8:30 p.m., just as dusk was settling in. The temperature had dropped significantly from the warm afternoon, and a light fog was rolling in from the river. Not unusual for October in our area, but it gave everything a sort of dreamy quality that I actually thought would make for good photos. God, I was so focused on getting the right shots that I ignored all the warning signs. The first thing that struck me as odd was the music. Carnival music is always a bit eerie, but something about it seemed off, like it was playing at the wrong speed or maybe echoing when it shouldn't have been. I kept thinking I could hear laughter mixed in with it, but not the normal shrieks and giggles of kids having fun. This was different, more like someone trying to remember how laughter should sound. I started with some wide shots of the midway, capturing the way the colored lights diffused through the fog. The place wasn't exactly crowded, but there were enough people around that I didn't feel uncomfortable. Not yet, anyway. I remember checking my phone, 8:47 p.m., and calculating how many more shots I needed before I could call it a night. That's when I noticed the carousel. It was set back from the other rides, partially obscured by the fog. standard carnival carousel, or at least that's what I thought at first. Painted horses moving up and down, mirrors and gold trim, all that classic stuff. But something about it made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself it was just the fog playing tricks with the lights, but beautiful, isn't it? I nearly jumped out of my skin. The voice came from right behind me, but I hadn't heard anyone approach. When I turned around, I found myself face to face with what I assumed was the operator, an older man in a red uniform that seemed somehow both pristine and impossibly old at the same time. Yeah, I managed to say, trying to calm my racing heart. I'm just getting some photos for the paper. He smiled. At least I think it was a smile. Something about his expression made my stomach turn. You should take a ride, he said. Best view for pictures is from up there. He gestured toward the carousel, and I noticed his hand seemed too pale, like something that had never seen sunlight. Thanks, but I think I can get what I need from here, I replied, already taking a step backward. The carousel was still turning, but I realized I couldn't see any riders, just empty horses moving up and down, their painted eyes reflecting the lights in a way that made them look almost alive. I insist, he said, and his voice had changed. It still sounded pleasant, but there was something underneath it, like static on an old radio. Everyone takes a ride, eventually. I turned to leave. I remember that clearly. I turned and started walking away, but somehow I was moving toward the carousel instead. The fog had grown thicker, and I couldn't see the other rides anymore. Just the carousel, spinning in that strange, silent way. No, not silent. There was that laughter again, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My camera was still in my hands, and I raised it almost involuntarily. Through the viewfinder, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The mirrors around the carousel's center column weren't reflecting the empty horses anymore. They showed riders, dozens of them. Some looked like they were screaming, but their faces were blurred, like long exposure photographs. And they were all looking directly at me. I tried to lower the camera, but my fingers wouldn't move. The operator was beside me again. How did he move so fast? And his hand was on my shoulder. His touch felt wrong, like pressure through several layers of thick fabric, even though his hand was directly on my jacket. Your turn, he whispered, and his voice seemed to come from inside my own head. Everyone rides. Eventually. What happened next is confused. I remember the cold. God, it was so cold. The kind of cold that burns. The carousel was moving faster now, but also somehow in slow motion. The horses' painted eyes were following me, their frozen expressions twisting into something else, something hungry. That horrible laughter was getting louder, and I could smell something that reminded me of old pennies and burnt sugar. I don't know how I got away. I have a vague memory of running, of my feet slipping on wet grass, of my camera swinging wildly from its strap. I remember reaching for my phone and seeing that it was 11:23 p.m. Impossible. I'd only been there for a few minutes, hadn't I? When I finally made it to my car, I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, watching the fog swirl in my headlights. I could still hear that music, faint but persistent, even with all the windows rolled up. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Sleep deprivation, maybe, or some kind of weird panic attack. But then I looked at my camera. Most of the photos were normal, just carnival shots, exactly what my editor wanted. But the last one showed the carousel, empty horses, fog, normal carnival stuff, except in every mirror, in every reflective surface, There were faces, not blurred this time, crystal clear, and in the front row, sitting rigid on a horse with bared teeth and wild eyes, was me. I called in sick and spent the day doing research. The carnival had been setting up in Riverside Park for as long as anyone could remember, always in October, always for exactly 1 week. And every year, like clockwork, people would go missing. Not many, 1 or 2 per season. Usually dismissed as runaways or drifters. The only connection was that they were last seen at the carnival. I tried to talk to the police, but they looked at me like I was crazy. The carnival had already moved on, right on schedule. No one seemed to remember anything unusual about the carousel or its operator. The missing persons reports I found online started throwing up error messages, and within days, I couldn't find them at all. But I know what I saw. I know what's on that last photo, even though I can't look at it anymore. I keep it in a locked drawer in my desk, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear music coming from it. Carnival music, playing just a little too slow, mixed with that terrible laughter. The carnival will be back next October. It always comes back. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in from the river, I catch myself wondering about those faces in the mirrors. Were they all like me? People who got away? Or were they the ones who didn't? I've been trying to convince myself to destroy the photo, but I can't. It's evidence, proof that I'm not crazy. And maybe, just maybe, it might help someone else understand what's happening before it's their turn to ride. Because he was right, you know. Everyone rides. Eventually. 2 weeks after posting this account, the author was reported missing. Their home was found empty except for an open drawer containing a single photograph. The photo, according to police reports, showed only an empty carnival carousel in heavy fog. My girlfriend talks in her sleep. Last night she told me where the bodies are. If I'm being honest, I ignored the warning signs. I mean, wouldn't you? Sharon was perfect, or at least she seemed perfect at the time. She's beautiful in that classic way that makes people stop and stare. Smart, too. She's got a dry sense of humor that could cut glass, and she knows exactly how to use it. We've been dating for 8 months now. And yeah, maybe it was a little fast, but everything just clicked. From our first date, I knew I wanted her in my life. She felt like the total package, someone I could actually see myself building a future with. Looking back, there were little things I should have paid more attention to. It started on our 4th date. We were sitting on her couch drinking wine when she brought it up. "I should probably warn you about something," she said, swirling her glass. I raised an eyebrow, already half in love with her. "Oh, what's that?" "I'm not the easiest person to sleep next to," she said. I laughed, thinking she was making a joke. "Don't worry. I've shared a bed with snorers before. I think I can handle it." She shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. "It's not just snoring. I talk in my sleep. Sometimes I move around or, well, I've even been known to slap people by accident." "Slap people, huh? Sounds like an occupational hazard," I teased. She gave me this look, half serious, half amused. "I'm just saying, it's happened before. If you decide to stick around, you've been warned." At the time, I didn't think much of it. It sounded harmless, even kind of cute. But looking back, yeah, I should have taken her more seriously. The first time I stayed over at her place, I was anticipating a slap in my sleep just so I could poke fun at her about it the next morning. But for the most part, that first night was uneventful. She tossed and turned a little, muttering what sounded like random gibberish. "Not the red one," and "Don't let it fall." I barely noticed. Over the next few weeks, her quirks started to come out more. One night I woke up to her hand smacking me squarely in the chest. "What the hell?" I mumbled, groggy and confused. Sharon was still asleep, her arm falling limp against the bed. The next morning, I brought it up over breakfast. "So, you hit me last night." She almost choked on her coffee, her eyes wide with mock horror. "I did?" "Yup, full-on smack. Guess you were dreaming about fighting someone." She grinned, shaking her head. "Maybe I was dreaming about Aaron." Aaron was her ex-husband. She didn't talk about him much, but from what I gathered, their divorce had been messy. The way she said his name, half joking, half bitter, made me wonder if there was more to the story. Still, I laughed it off. At the time, it didn't seem like a big deal. The warnings kept coming, however, in subtle ways I didn't recognize for what they were. A few weeks into staying over, Sharon brought it up again one night as we got into bed. "I wasn't kidding about the sleep stuff, you know," she said. "I know," I replied, pulling the covers over us. "Honestly, it's not that bad. It's sort of adorable." Her smile faltered for just a second. "Just don't freak out if I say something weird, okay?" I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "Sharon, it's no trouble, really. I think you're perfect, and nothing you say in your sleep is going to change that." She smiled again, but this time it didn't quite reach her eyes. At the time, I thought it was nothing. Now I wish I'd taken that moment more seriously. The first few weeks of staying at Sharon's place were normal enough. Sure, she moved a lot in her sleep, tossing, turning, even mumbling, but I figured it was just part of her quirky charm. But then her topics of conversation changed dramatically. At first, she'd say things like, "Put that down," or "Get the cat," harmless nonsense, and I'd laugh about it the next morning. But one night, about a month in, I woke up to something different. "It's under the oak tree," Sharon murmured, her voice low and steady. I blinked, groggy and confused. "Sharon." She didn't respond. Her body was still, her breathing slow and even. I sat up and leaned closer. "What's under the oak tree?" "Nothing." She didn't say anything else, just rolled over and pulled the blanket tighter around herself. The next morning, over breakfast, I brought it up. "You said something weird in your sleep last night," I told her. Sharon raised an eyebrow, sipping her coffee. "Oh, yeah? What did I say?" "It was strange. You said, 'It's under the oak tree.'" She tilted her head, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. "Huh, that's weird. Maybe it was about a treehouse or something." "Do you remember what you were dreaming about?" She shook her head. "Nope. My dreams are unbelievably random. You know how it is." I nodded, but her answer didn't sit right with me. There was something about the way she brushed it off, too casually, like she was trying to steer the conversation in another direction. A week later, I woke up to her pacing, circling the bed as if she was measuring the room. "Sharon?" I whispered, rubbing my eyes. She didn't answer. I reached for the bedside lamp, but as soon as I touched the switch, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Don't!" she said sharply. My hand froze. "Don't what?" She didn't respond. For a moment she just stood there, then climbed back into bed, her movements stiff and robotic. The next morning I kept it to myself. I wanted to ask her about what she'd said, but something told me not to. Things got worse after that. One night she sat straight up in bed and started muttering again. 2 miles from the highway, she said, her voice calm and steady. It works better when the ground is wet. I didn't even try to wake her this time. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. When she finally rolled over and went quiet, I got up and went to the kitchen. My hands shook as I poured myself a glass of water. What the hell was going on? The breaking point came a few nights later. I woke up to Sharon sitting at the edge of the bed, her back to me. "I told you it wouldn't work," she whispered. I sat up slowly. "Sharon?" She didn't turn around. Her head tilted slightly, like she was listening to someone I couldn't see. "He said he'd take care of it, but he didn't. Now it's my problem." "Sharon, who are you talking to?" I asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she stood up and walked out of the bedroom. I didn't follow her. I just sat there, frozen, listening to her footsteps fade down the hall. When I woke up the next morning, she was already in the kitchen, humming to herself as she flipped pancakes. She looked up and smiled when she saw me. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. I forced a smile, but my stomach churned. I couldn't stop thinking about the things she'd said in her sleep. The night I realized something was really wrong started like any other. Sharon fell asleep quickly, curled up on her side, while I stayed awake scrolling on my phone. Everything seemed normal until I heard her voice. At first, I thought she was speaking to me. "I held his nose shut," she said. I froze. Her voice was low, cold, almost monotone. It didn't take long. He kicked for a while, but then he stopped. I turned to her. Sharon was still lying on her side, breathing slowly. "Sharon?" I whispered. She didn't respond. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Dragged him down the embankment. The soil was soft, perfect for digging. "What the hell?" I muttered under my breath. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And the next morning I confronted her. "You were talking in your sleep again last night." Sharon glanced up from her coffee, looking amused. "Oh, no, really. What did I say this time? I hope it wasn't anything embarrassing." I hesitated. You said something about suffocating someone and digging a grave." She frowned. "That's weird. Maybe a nightmare about one of those crime shows I watch. You know how much Netflix I binge." She laughed, but it didn't feel genuine. "You don't remember what you were dreaming about?" I pressed. Sharon shook her head. "No, sorry. Honestly, Chris, I never remember any of my dreams." I nodded, but I suspected she wasn't telling me everything. A few nights later, I woke up to her voice again. "Max," she said. Her tone was calm, detached. I sat up in bed, my skin crawling. "He's behind the old barn," she continued. "The one with the blue door." The name was familiar. A young man named Max had gone missing years ago while on a camping trip. His case was still unsolved. The next morning I didn't bring it up. I didn't know how to. But I couldn't get the name or her words out of my head. I Googled Max's name on my phone. His disappearance had happened in the next county over. There was no mention in the reports of a barn or a blue door, but the other details Sharon had mentioned matched the description of the area where he'd last been seen. A few days later, I worked up the courage to suggest something to Sharon. She was grinning when I first approached. "Have you ever thought about doing a sleep study?" I asked carefully. Her smile faded. "Why would I do that, Chris?" "I don't know, just... You've been saying some really strange things in your sleep. Maybe it's stress or something." "I'm fine," she said, shaking her head. "You're overthinking it." "What about recording it?" I said. "Just so you can hear it for yourself." Her expression darkened instantly. "No, absolutely not. That's a huge invasion of privacy. I wasn't trying to... If you ever record me without my permission, Chris, we're done. I mean it." Our eyes met, I nodded, and we went on with our day. Inside, however, my world was unraveling. That night, after she fell asleep, I couldn't help myself. I propped my phone under a pillow on her side of the bed and hit record. The next morning, while Sharon was in the shower, I played back the audio file. At first it was just static. Then, around 2 a.m., her voice came through, clear as day. "Nina screamed too much," Sharon murmured. "Fast had to move fast. No mistakes." I froze. Nina. I knew her too. A teenager by that name had disappeared 5 years ago, and her case was still open. No, it couldn't be, I thought. This isn't impossible. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to know if what she was saying was true. That afternoon, I drove to one of the locations Sharon had described, a barn with a blue door. It wasn't far, about 20 minutes outside of town. I found it easily enough. The building was old and weathered, its door faded to a dull gray. Behind the barn was a small grove of trees. The soil beneath them looked disturbed, like someone had dug there recently. I told myself to leave, but I couldn't. I grabbed a nearby stick and started scraping at the dirt. I didn't have to dig for long. The smell, pungent and unmistakable, hit me first. Then I saw it, a torn, dirt-streaked patch of fabric clinging to what I could only describe as remains. I stumbled back. My head swam as I struggled to process what I was looking at. Sharon hadn't been dreaming. I couldn't stop myself. Every night after Sharon fell asleep, I set up my phone to record. And every morning, while she showered or made coffee, I reviewed what she'd said. It was always the same. She kept crying, so I had to do it fast. "It wasn't clean," she'd said. "She's in the quarry now. The water keeps her hidden." The names changed, but the pattern didn't. Every night Sharon whispered something chilling, something specific. "Beneath the roots, that's the trick," she'd won one night. "No one ever checks beneath the roots." Every morning, I woke up more terrified than the last. The audio files piled up, each one a piece of a horrifying puzzle. I couldn't deny it anymore. These weren't dreams. They were confessions. Sharon started to notice something was off. "You've been quiet lately," she said one morning, sliding a plate of scrambled eggs across the table. "Just tired," I muttered, avoiding her eyes. "You're always tired these days," she said, tilting her head. "Is something bothering you?" "No," I lied. "Nothing." She studied me for a moment, her gaze sharp and unblinking, and then smiled. "Okay." After that, I felt she watched me more closely, just waiting for me to slip up. One night she caught me. I thought she was asleep. I was sitting on the couch, headphones plugged into my phone, listening to the latest recording. I told him I'd take care of it, Sharon whispered in the recording. But he didn't listen. I had to clean up his mess. The sound of her voice made my skin crawl. "What are you doing, Chris?" I jumped, yanking the headphones out of my ears. Sharon was standing in the hallway, her arms crossed over her chest. "Nothing," I said quickly, locking my phone and shoving it into my pocket. Her eyes narrowed. "Were you just listening to something?" "No," I stammered. "I was just scrolling through Instagram." She didn't move. Her expression didn't change. She just stood there, staring at me. "Let me see your phone," she said finally. "What?" I said, laughing nervously. I said, "Give me your phone, Chris." "Why?" "Because I think you're lying to me." I stood up, trying to keep my voice calm. "Sharon, you're being ridiculous." "Am I?" she said, taking a step closer. "You've been acting weird for weeks, avoiding me, locking your phone. What are you hiding?" "Nothing," I said. "Why would you think I—" "Then let me see it," she said, cutting me off. "No." The word came out sharper than I'd intended. Sharon's voice was cold and flat. "You recorded me, didn't you?" A wave of dread washed over me. "I don't know what you're talking about." She took another step forward. "While I was sleeping, you recorded me. Admit it." "Sharon, I—" "Give me the phone, Chris." "No." She lunged at me, her fingers clawing for my pocket. I stumbled back, trying to push her away, but she was relentless. "Give it to me," she screamed, her voice echoing through the apartment. I twisted out of her grip and ran for the door. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands shook so badly that it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced back at the building. Sharon was standing at the window watching me. I didn't go back for my things, not even my phone. The next day, I logged into my cloud account from a public library computer. The recordings were gone. Sharon must have found a way to delete them. I sat there, staring at the empty folder. All the evidence, every scrap of proof, was gone. I didn't go to the police. I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? That my girlfriend confessed to a dozen murders in her sleep? That I found a body exactly where she said it would be? They'd laugh me out of the station. Or worse, they'd think I was involved. And without the recordings, I had nothing but my word. Instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I drove straight to the next town over, checked into a cheap motel, and spent the rest of the night staring at the cracked ceiling, trying to figure out what the hell I was going to do. The next morning, I bought a new phone with cash. It was nothing fancy, just a basic model that could make calls and access my cloud account. Not that it mattered. The recordings had vanished. Every file I'd backed up had been erased. She'd found a way to delete them. For weeks, I stayed in the motel, keeping my head down and jumping at every sound outside my door. I just knew Sharon was out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. I avoided social media, too afraid she would use it to track me down. The only thing I kept up with was the news. Every morning I scrolled through local crime reports, praying I wouldn't see her name, or worse, hear that another body had been discovered. At first there was nothing. No missing persons or disappearances, no murders. For a moment, I let myself believe that maybe I'd scared her enough to stop. Then the killings started again. It was small things at first. A man found strangled in his home, a woman's body pulled from a lake. Both in neighboring counties, the circumstances eerily similar to the stories Sharon had whispered in her sleep. I told myself it was just a coincidence. It had to be. But then it got closer. A teenage girl went missing from my hometown. Her bike found abandoned on the side of the road just a mile from where I grew up. A week later, her body was discovered in a shallow grave beneath a grove of trees. I couldn't breathe when I saw the report. The site matched Sharon's description exactly. Beneath the roots, that's the trick. No one ever checks beneath the roots. It was her. It had to be. The breaking point came when the news reported another victim. My cousin, Riley. Riley and I weren't close, not anymore, but we'd grown up together. She was the kind of person who lit up every room she walked into, always smiling and laughing. When I saw her name on the news feed, I felt like the floor had been ripped out from under me. The reporter said she'd been found near the same grove where the teenager's body had been discovered. They didn't give any details, but I already knew what they weren't saying. I knew it was Sharon. For days I couldn't eat or sleep. All I could think about was Riley, how I could have stopped this if I'd done something sooner, if I'd gone to the police or told anyone about what Sharon had said. But I hadn't. I'd run away like a coward, and now Riley was dead. The guilt was suffocating. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but running away from Sharon has to be the worst. I thought leaving would save me. I thought it would keep her from finding out how much I knew. But the truth is, it didn't save Riley. It didn't save anyone. I can't keep this to myself anymore. I don't care if no one believes me or if people think I'm crazy. Even if it put a target on my back, I have to tell someone, have to do something. For days I've sat here trying to find the right words that might make someone believe me, words that might stop her. But the truth is, I don't think it matters anymore. Riley is dead, and it's my fault. I can't stop seeing her face on the news. I can't stop hearing my mom's voice on the phone, shaking as she told me what happened. I could have done something. I could have stopped Sharon, but I didn't. I ran. My hands are shaking, my head is pounding, and my chest feels tight, but I have to get it out. I just need someone to know. Her name is Sharon. She's smart, beautiful, perfect on the outside, and she's a murderer. She's confessed to everything, Max, Nina, all of them. She described how she did it, where she buried them. I thought it was just dreams at first. God, I wanted to believe it was just dreams. But I found one of them. I dug where she said to dig, and there he was. I tried running. I thought if I stayed quiet, she'd let me go. But the killings never stopped. I suppose I want someone to know the truth before she finds me, because she will. It's just a matter of time. There's a noise. I freeze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I hear the sound of glass breaking, of footsteps slow and steady coming from the kitchen. A wave of nausea overwhelms me. I grab the gun from my nightstand, my hands trembling so badly I nearly drop it. Oh God, she's here. I don't know if I'll make it out of this. If I disappear, you'll know why. If anyone finds this, please, don't let her get away with it. The midnight rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name, long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m., long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange, formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room, expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone. She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, someone was always with them in their final moments. Usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together, we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence, that peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you Death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone. I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. Will I die? In a manner of speaking, the person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful. As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work. not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow, my bones became mist, and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm, set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. "Good evening," I say softly, setting my bag down. "We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves." The traffic stop. Officer David James had worked the graveyard shift along Route 43 for nearly 7 years. The stretch of highway cutting through dense pine forest was notorious for drunk drivers, especially after midnight. But in all his years of service, he'd never encountered anything quite like what happened on that moonless October night. The first peculiarity was the silence. Usually the night hummed with crickets and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. But as James's cruiser idled at the turnout near mile marker 217, an unnatural stillness pressed against his eardrums. Even the wind seemed to have abandoned the pines. His radar gun registered a black sedan doing 62 in a 55. As the car passed, James noticed the passenger side taillight was out. A routine stop, the kind he'd done thousands of times before. He flicked on his lights and pulled out behind the vehicle. The sedan took longer than usual to respond, continuing for almost half a mile before finally pulling onto the shoulder. James approached with his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, noting how the black paint seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The windows were tinted, but within legal limits. "License and registration," James said, keeping his voice steady despite an inexplicable urge to turn and run. The driver's window descended with painful slowness, releasing a blast of cold air that made James's eyes water. The interior smelled of wet earth and something else, something chemical and medicinal, that reminded him of his father's last days in the hospital. The driver was a middle-aged man in a charcoal suit. His skin had an odd, waxy quality under the flashlight beam, but his license photo was a perfect match. James Sullivan, 47, organ donor. Everything appeared to be in order, yet James's patrol-honed instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. "Do you know why I pulled you over tonight, Mr. Sullivan?" The man's head turned with mechanical precision. His smile revealed too many teeth. "No, officer. Is there a problem?" James's flashlight beam wavered. "Your passenger side taillight is out. I'll need to write you a fix-it ticket." "That's impossible," Sullivan replied, his smile unchanging. "I just had them checked last week." The conversation continued with the same surreal quality, everything technically correct but fundamentally wrong, like a photo negative of reality. James wrote the ticket with trembling hands, his pen leaving dark grooves in the paper. As he handed over the citation, Sullivan's fingers brushed against his. They were ice cold and slightly tacky, like leather left out in the rain. "Have a good night, Officer James," Sullivan said, though James hadn't given his name. James hurried back to his cruiser, fighting the urge to wipe his hand on his uniform. As he watched the sedan pull away, its functioning taillights blazed an impossible crimson in the darkness. Wait. Both taillights were working perfectly. James's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Dispatch wanted him to run the plates. Standard procedure. He called them in, his mouth dry. The response came back garbled at first, forcing the dispatcher to repeat herself. "Unit 417, be advised. That vehicle was reported totaled in 2014, impounded and scrapped following a fatal accident. The registered owner, James Sullivan, was declared dead at the scene." James's blood turned to ice water in his veins. He immediately hit his lights and sirens, accelerating after the sedan. But the highway ahead was empty in both directions. The black car had vanished. Back at the station, James's supervisor called him into his office. "We need to talk about what happened tonight." "I know how it sounds," James began, but the sergeant held up a hand. "We pulled your dash cam footage." The older man's face was grave. "David, there was no car." James watched in horror as the video played on the sergeant's computer. It showed his cruiser pulling over on the empty highway. The camera captured him walking out into the darkness, standing still for 12 minutes while apparently speaking to thin air. His flashlight beam illuminated nothing but swirling mist and empty asphalt. That was 3 weeks ago. James hasn't returned to work since that night. He requested indefinite leave, citing personal reasons. But the truth is, He can't bring himself to drive that stretch of Route 43 again. Not after what he discovered during his obsessive research into the accident that claimed James Sullivan's life. The papers called it a tragic drunk driving incident. Sullivan had been heading home from a late meeting when his sedan veered off the road near mile marker 217. The car flipped several times before coming to rest against a stand of pines. Sullivan was partially ejected through the windshield. He remained conscious long enough to give a statement to the first officer on scene. The responding officer that night? A rookie named David James, working his very first graveyard shift. In his incident report, James wrote that Sullivan kept apologizing, saying he should have noticed his taillight was out. The report also noted that James had tried to comfort the dying man, promising to stay with him until the ambulance arrived. But James has no memory of that night. None at all. The first year of his service is a complete blank in his mind, as if something reached in and carefully excised those memories, leaving behind nothing but shadows and the lingering scent of wet earth. Last week, James finally worked up the courage to visit the accident site. The old skid marks have long since faded, and new saplings have begun to reclaim the small clearing where Sullivan's car came to rest. But as James stood there in the weak autumn sunlight, something caught his eye, a glint of metal half buried in the soil. He dug it up with trembling hands, a police badge, caked with dried mud and what might have been blood. The number was still legible despite years of exposure to the elements. It was his badge, the one he'd lost during his first year on the force, the one he'd had to replace, but could never remember losing. James sits in his dark apartment now, staring at the badge and trying to piece together the truth. Every night, he dreams of standing on that empty highway, watching headlights approach through the mist. In the dreams, he's the one behind the wheel of a black sedan, and a young officer named David James is walking toward his window with a flashlight beam that illuminates nothing at all. He knows he should tell someone what he's discovered, should warn them about what happens on that stretch of Route 43 when the night grows too quiet and the darkness seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. But who would believe him? Besides, he's beginning to understand now, beginning to remember fragments of that lost year, like shards of a broken mirror slowly being pieced back together. He remembers the sound of tearing metal and breaking glass, remembers the taste of copper in his mouth and the feeling of cold asphalt against his cheek, remembers a kind young officer who held his hand and promised to stay, even as the ambulance sirens wailed in the distance and the world grew dim around the edges. Most of all, he remembers the guilt, the soul-crushing weight of it, because there was something else in his original incident report, something that's been eating away at his subconscious for 10 years, like a cancer. When Sullivan apologized for his tail light, James had assured him it was working fine, had even walked around to check, just to give the dying man some peace of mind. Both taillights were functioning perfectly that night, just like they were 3 weeks ago, when James pulled over a black sedan driven by a man with too many teeth and cold, tacky hands. James's phone buzzes, making him flinch. It's a text from an unknown number. "Time to collect, rookie." The message is time-stamped 10:17 p.m., exactly when he'd first spotted the black sedan 3 weeks ago, exactly when Sullivan's accident occurred 10 years ago. As he stares at his phone's screen, another text appears. "Your tail light's out." James's hands shake as he dials dispatch. The phone only emits a low, wet, gurgling sound, like someone drowning in mud. The smell of wet earth and antiseptic suddenly fills his apartment, and the temperature plummets. "No," James whispers, backing away from the window. Through the gap in his curtains, he can see the street below. A black sedan idles there, both taillights blazing an impossible crimson in the darkness. Its engine growls like something from the depths of hell. James runs for his bedroom, but his legs won't work right. Each step feels like moving through tar. He reaches for his service weapon, but his fingers pass right through it as if it's made of smoke. "You promised?" Sullivan's voice whispers from every corner of the room. "You promised you wouldn't let me drive alone." I was trying to comfort a dying man," James shouts into the darkness. "I didn't mean—" "But you promised," the voice interrupts, closer now. The smell of rot in hospital corridors grows overwhelming, and now it's time to pay. James tries to scream as invisible hands grasp his shoulders, their touch cold and tacky like old leather left in the rain. But no sound comes out. His body moves against his will, walking puppet-like toward the door. His old badge, still caked with mud from that fatal night, slides across the coffee table on its own and into his pocket. It feels impossibly heavy, like it's made of black holes and broken promises. "Please," James begs as his feet carry him down the stairs. "I have a family, a life. You can't—" "I had those too," Sullivan's voice hisses in his ear. "Before the crash, before you made your promise." The black sedan's passenger door swings open by itself. The interior smells of grave dirt and formaldehyde, and the man behind the wheel smiles with too many teeth, far too many, row upon rotting row disappearing down his throat like a shark's maw. "No, please," James struggles, but his body moves inexorably forward. His muscles respond only to Sullivan's will now. "Someone help me." "Nobody can hear you," Sullivan says, his leather-textured fingers drumming on the steering wheel. "Nobody could hear me that night either. Just you. Just the rookie who promised to stay." James's body slides into the passenger seat against his will, his old mud-stained badge burning cold in his pocket like a chunk of ice. "How long?" he manages to whisper. Sullivan's impossible smile widens. "Forever, partner. We have so many more traffic stops to make." The sedan pulls away from the curb, its taillights cutting bloody swaths through the darkness. Tomorrow, someone will find James's apartment empty, his service weapon and current badge still on the coffee table next to his phone. The screen will show a final, unsent text: "Help me." But tonight belongs to Route 43. Tonight belongs to the endless dark and the promises we make without understanding their cost, to the debts that come due when the crickets fall silent and the shadows grow teeth. Somewhere ahead, another young officer is starting their first graveyard shift. They're parked at mile marker 217, watching the empty highway and wondering why the night feels so strange, so hungry. Their radar gun will soon register a black sedan doing 62 in a 55, and they'll see two men in the front seat, one with too many teeth, and one whose eyes silently scream for help that will never come. Because some promises bind us whether we want them to or not. Some nights never really end. They just keep repeating, like an endless loop of dashcam footage showing nothing but mist and darkness and the price we pay for the words we can never take back. Have a good night, officer. And remember, never make promises to the dying. They have nothing left to lose and eternity to collect. The night shift at Evergreen Memorial. The fluorescent lights in Evergreen Memorial's morgue had a peculiar way of humming. Not the steady drone you'd expect, but something more erratic, like Morse code transmitted by dying insects. I'd grown used to it over my 3 years working the night shift. just as I'd grown used to the other quirks of the job. The way the metal drawers contracted in the cold, making soft pinging sounds in the darkness, the faint chemical smell that never quite left my clothes, the knowledge that I spent my nights in the company of the dead. That night started like any other. I arrived at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes early as always, to get my handover from Mike, the evening shift supervisor. The familiar routine helped keep the creeping unease at bay. Check the security system, sign the logbook, count the occupants. 3 tonight, Mike said, flipping through his clipboard. 2 from the hospital, natural causes. 1 from the county morgue, waiting on autopsy tomorrow morning. Nothing special. He yawned, already shrugging into his jacket. Everything's logged and tagged. Have a quiet one, James. I nodded, settling into my chair at the security desk. 3 bodies, an easy night. I'd had worse, like the time we had 14 after that bus crash, or the night of the apartment fire. Those nights the air felt thick with death, heavy with the weight of so many lives suddenly ended. But 3 was manageable, almost peaceful. The first few hours passed as they always did. I made my rounds every hour on the hour, checking the seals on the cold storage units, monitoring the temperature gauges, making sure everything was secure. The morgue was located in the basement of the hospital's east wing, accessible only by a single elevator and a rarely used stairwell. Most people didn't even know it existed. They preferred to imagine their loved ones simply disappeared after death, whisked away to some unseen place where the messy business of mortality was handled discreetly. It was during my 3 a.m. round that I first noticed something was off. The temperature in cold storage unit 4 was slightly higher than it should have been, 38 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the standard 35. Not enough to cause any problems, but unusual enough to note in the log. I made a mental note to have maintenance check the unit in the morning. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft scrape of metal on metal, like someone slowly opening one of the storage drawers. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the temperature gauge. The sound didn't repeat. After 30 seconds of straining to hear anything beyond the usual ambient noise of the morgue, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just another of the building's many nocturnal voices. But when I turned to continue my rounds, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A single droplet of water on the floor, directly beneath storage unit 6. As I watched, another drop fell, joining the first. Condensation wasn't unusual in the morgue. The temperature difference between the storage units and the main room often caused it. But Unit 6 was empty, had been empty all week, according to the logs. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The handle of Unit 6 was cold under my fingers as I pulled it open, dreading what I might find. Empty, just as it should be. The stainless steel interior gleamed in my flashlight beam, completely dry. I shut the drawer, shaking my head at my own paranoia. 12 years working in morgues, and I was still jumping at shadows. I turned to head back to my desk, and that's when I saw it, a wet footprint on the floor. A single bare footprint, as if someone had stepped out of a shower, and it hadn't been there a moment ago. I swept my flashlight beam across the floor, following a trail of similar prints that led toward the main storage area. They were spaced oddly, too far apart for a normal stride, as if whatever had made them had been hopping, skipping. The logical part of my brain kicked in, trying to make sense of it. A leak in the ceiling, maybe. or someone playing a prank, though who would be sick enough to break into a morgue in the middle of the night just to leave wet footprints was beyond me. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footprints led to storage unit 12, one of our 3 occupied units for the night. According to the log, it contained John Doe, 247, a drowning victim found in the lake 2 days ago, awaiting identification. The handle of Unit 12 was wet. I should have called security. Should have backed away, returned to my desk, and called for backup. That's what protocol demanded. That's what any sane person would have done. Instead, I pulled open the drawer. The body bag was unzipped, empty. A drop of water fell on my hand, and I looked up. He was on the ceiling. John Doe, number 247, naked and dripping, his waterlogged flesh pale as milk in the beam of my flashlight. He was crouched like a spider, hands and feet somehow adhering to the ceiling tiles, head twisted at an impossible angle to stare down at me with milky eyes. His mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should be able to open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that hadn't been there during his intake examination. A sound emerged, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no dead throat should have been able to produce. I brought friends. That's when I heard the other storage units beginning to open, one by one. The sound of metal on metal no longer soft but sharp and deliberate. And other sounds, wet sounds, slithering sounds, the pop and crack of rigor mortis giving way to impossible movement. I ran. God help me, I ran as fast as I could, abandoning my flashlight, abandoning everything except my desperate need to escape. I could hear them behind me, the splash of wet feet on concrete, the rustle of body bags, and that awful rushing water voice calling out, "Count them, James. Count your friends." I reached the security desk and slammed my hand down on the emergency alarm. Nothing happened. The power was out. How had I not noticed the power was out? Even the emergency lights were dark, leaving only the pale square of the basement window to illuminate the room. My phone, I needed to call for help. But when I pulled it from my pocket, the screen showed nothing but static, which seemed to move and shift as I watched, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like faces. The sounds were closer now. Something wet dragged itself across the floor behind my desk. Something else skittered across the ceiling, leaving damp trails in its wake. And from the darkness came that voice again. "Count them, James, one by one. But you might want to include yourself in the final tally." I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I woke up screaming in my chair at the security desk, morning sunlight streaming through the basement window. Mike was shaking my shoulder, looking concerned. "Bad dream?" he asked. "You were out cold when I came in. Must have been some night." I looked around wildly. Everything was normal. The power was on, the fluorescent lights humming their usual drone. No wet footprints, no open storage units, no dripping creatures from the lake. Yeah, I managed. Must have dozed off. Sorry. Mike shrugged. "No worries. Want to do the morning count before you head out?" I nodded, still shaky but determined to prove to myself it had all been a dream. We walked to the storage area together, Mike clipboard in hand. "Let's see," he said, checking his notes. "Should be 3 bodies, right? 2 natural causes, 1 drowning victim." I nodded again, not trusting myself to speak. We counted the occupied units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike frowned. "That can't be right. Log shows 3. With trembling hands, I opened Unit 13. A unit that should have been empty, should have been clean and dry and empty. Inside was a body bag, unzipped. Inside the bag was me, my skin pale and waterlogged, my mouth frozen in a scream that showed rows of needle-sharp teeth. And clutched in my dead hand was a note, written in my own handwriting. Final count. 4 bodies. The extra one is still warm. I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, they told me Mike had found me unconscious at my desk, soaking wet, with no memory of how I got that way. The security cameras had malfunctioned, showing nothing but static for my entire shift. The motion sensors recorded no movement except my regular rounds. And John Doe, number 247, never existed according to the records. No drowning victim had been brought in that week. In fact, there hadn't been a drowning in the county lake in over 20 years. I quit my job at Evergreen Memorial that day. Found work at a convenience store, where the only things that go bump in the night are teenagers trying to steal beer. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the store at 3 a.m., I catch myself counting things: inventory, customers, footprints, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear there's one more than there should be. The real horror started 3 days ago when I received a letter from Evergreen Memorial. They're renovating the morgue, and during the demolition of the old cold storage units, they found something in Unit 13. Something that, according to the laws of physics and biology, couldn't possibly exist. They found a body bag containing a perfect preserved corpse, despite the unit being powered down for months. A corpse with my face, my clothes, my ID badge. And in its hand was a note, written in handwriting identical to mine. Time for the morning count. Don't forget to include yourself, all of yourselves. We've been so looking forward to this reunion. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening, because when I look in the mirror, I see teeth that seem a little sharper each day. And this morning, when I stepped out of the shower, my footprints on the bathroom floor seemed to stay wet for hours. I've started hearing that sound again, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no human throat should be able to produce. And every time I count my reflections in mirrors or windows, there seems to be one more than there should be. One more that smiles back at me with needle-sharp teeth. One more that blinks a moment too late. One more that whispers, "Don't forget to count yourself in the final tally." The worst part? I'm starting to think it was never about the morgue at all. The morgue was just where it found me, where it found us. And now it's spreading, one reflection at a time, one count at a time. So if you're reading this, do me a favor. Count the shadows in your room right now. Count them carefully. Then count them again. I bet there's one more than there should be. And it's probably smiling. The echo chamber. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back. My job as a sound engineer at Whispering Pines recording studio was simple enough. Maintain the equipment, assist with recording sessions, and ensure the acoustics remained perfect in our prized echo chamber. The chamber was an architectural marvel from the 1960s. A specially designed concrete room 3 stories underground, where we could capture the most pristine natural reverb for our recordings. The thing about echo chambers is that they're designed to make sounds repeat, to take a single note and transform it into something longer, deeper, more complex. But they're not supposed to create new sounds. They're not supposed to remember. I first noticed it during a late-night session with a local indie band. We were recording backing vocals sending them through the chamber for that otherworldly echo effect, when I heard something odd in my headphones. Between the vocalist's phrases, in that split second of silence, there was something else. A whisper so faint I almost missed it. I adjusted the levels, thinking it must be some kind of technical glitch or ambient noise bleeding through. But when I isolated the chamber feed and played it back, there it was again. A voice, barely audible, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Did anyone else hear that?" I asked the band, but they just shrugged, eager to wrap up the session and head home. I made a mental note to check the equipment in the morning and tried to put it out of my mind. That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Something about that whisper kept nagging at me. I'd been working with sound for 15 years, and I'd never heard anything quite like it. It wasn't an artifact of the recording process or environmental noise. It had seemed deliberate. The next day I arrived early to run some tests. I set up a simple recording, just me speaking a few words into a microphone, fed through the chamber. Testing 1, 2, 3. Simple enough. When I played it back, my blood ran cold. Between testing and 1, clear as day. Help us. I nearly knocked over my chair, scrambling to check the waveform on my computer screen. There it was, a distinct spike of audio between my words, exactly where I'd heard the voice. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Over the next week, I became obsessed. I spent every spare moment running tests, recording different sounds through the chamber, analyzing the results. The voices became clearer, more frequent. Sometimes they were whispers, sometimes crying, sometimes just breathing, but they were always there, hiding in the spaces between other sounds. I started researching the history of whispering pines. The studio had been built in 1964 on the site of an old industrial complex. Before that, the land had belonged to a psychiatric hospital that closed under mysterious circumstances in the 1940s. The more I dug, the more unsettling details I uncovered. The hospital had specialized in experimental treatments for severe mental illness, electroshock therapy, insulin comas, ice baths, all the barbaric cures that were in vogue at the time. But there were rumors of other experiments, unofficial ones, conducted in the basement levels. Patients who were checked in, but never checked out. Screams in the night that the staff were told to ignore. When the hospital finally closed, dozens of patients were simply unaccounted for. Their records disappeared. Their families were told they had been transferred, and eventually they were forgotten. The buildings were demolished, new ones were built, and life went on. But what if they weren't all gone? What if something of them remained, trapped in that underground space where our echo chamber now stood? The thought kept me awake at night, staring at my ceiling, remembering all the times I'd been alone in that room, feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows. I knew I should tell someone, but who would believe me? The studio owner would think I was having a mental breakdown. The other engineers would laugh it off. I needed proof, undeniable evidence that something impossible was happening in that room. So I set up an experiment. I cleared my schedule for an entire night and set up multiple recording devices in the chamber. High-end microphones, digital recorders, even an old analog tape machine. I wanted to capture whatever was happening from every possible angle. At midnight, I started recording. The plan was simple: complete silence for hours, broken only by a single spoken word every 30 minutes. I would give the voices plenty of space to manifest, plenty of quiet in which to speak. The first few hours were uneventful. My periodic words, Mark at 12:30, Mark at 1 cow, Mark at 1:30, echoed normally through the chamber and faded to silence. But as the night wore on, things began to change. It started subtly. The silence between my marks began to feel different, heavier somehow. The air in the chamber grew thick and cold, despite the climate control system. And then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., everything changed. My mark at 3 was still echoing faintly when I heard it, a sound like dozens of whispers overlapping, growing louder and clearer with each repetition. I could make out words now, fragments of phrases. Still here. They left us. In the walls. Help us. The voices were coming from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the walls in impossible patterns. The temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. My recording equipment began to malfunction, meters spiking into the red despite the fact that the room should have been silent. And then I saw them. In the dim red light of the recording equipment, shadows began to peel themselves from the walls. Human shapes, distorted and wrong, flowing like smoke, but moving with purpose. They filled the room, surrounding me, their whispers growing to a deafening roar. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as they pressed closer, their features becoming clearer, hollow eyes, gaping mouths, faces twisted in eternal anguish. These were the forgotten ones, the lost patients, trapped between worlds in this acoustically perfect prison. One of them reached for me with hands that were more suggestion than substance. I felt an icy touch on my skin, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images. Sterile halls, restraints, pain, screaming, darkness, endless darkness. I don't remember running, don't remember climbing the stairs or driving home. I came to my senses sitting in my shower, fully clothed, hot water beating down on me as I shook uncontrollably. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face that room again, not after what I'd seen. But I knew I had to review the recordings. Had to know if I'd captured any evidence of what happened, or if I was simply losing my mind. Most of the equipment had malfunctioned. The digital recorders showed corrupted files, the cameras had shut down, the meters were fried. But the old analog tape machine, built like a tank in the 1970s, had kept running through everything. With trembling hands, I began to digitize the tape. For the first few hours, everything was normal, just my periodic mark and the expected echoes. But at 3:17 a.m., something changed. The tape captured hundreds of voices, layered and distorted, speaking in unison. We are the echoes that never fade, the ones they tried to silence. We are trapped in these walls, in this perfect acoustic prison, repeating and repeating and repeating. Join us, stay with us, become part of the endless echo. I destroyed the tape immediately after transferring it, threw it in my fireplace and watched it melt, along with my letter of resignation from Whispering Pines. Some sounds aren't meant to be recorded. Some echoes should be allowed to fade. But here's the thing about echoes. Once you create them, they never really go away. They just get softer and softer until you can't hear them anymore. But they're still there, bouncing between molecules of air, too faint for human ears to detect. I've tried to move on, found a new job at a different studio across the country, but sometimes in the dead of night, I still hear them. In the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, I hear those whispers, and I know they're still there, in that perfect room 3 stories underground, waiting for someone else to listen. The new sound engineer at Whispering Pines is young, eager, ambitious. Last week she called me asking about some odd sounds she'd been hearing in the echo chamber. Some weird artifacts showing up in her recordings around 3:17 a.m. I told her it was probably just equipment interference, told her not to worry about it, told her everything was fine. But I know what's happening. The echoes are starting again. The cycle continues, and somewhere in that acoustically perfect room, the forgotten ones are still whispering, still waiting, still hoping that someone will finally hear their story and set them free. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back, but by then, it was already too late. It's always too late. Because here's the real horror of it all. I'm not sure I ever really left that room. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see something different in my reflection. Something hollow. Something that echoes. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I became part of their endless repetition. Another voice in the chorus of the forgotten, echoing forever in that perfect acoustic prison. So if you ever find yourself in a recording studio late at night, and you hear something strange in the spaces between sounds, don't listen too carefully. Don't try to make out the words, because once you start listening to the echoes, they start listening back. And they never ever stop. The story you've just listened was found as a digital file on a corrupted hard drive recovered from Whispering Pines recording studio after it mysteriously burned down last month. The fire started in the echo chamber, 3 stories underground, at exactly 3:17 a.m. Investigators found no traces of the chamber's concrete walls in the rubble. In fact, according to the original building plans, that section of the building never had a basement at all. The author of this account remains missing. The only clue to their whereabouts was a single audio file attached to the document. 7 seconds of absolute silence, followed by what experts describe as hundreds of overlapping voices, whispering a single phrase, another perfect echo. If you've read this far, you might want to check the time. Is it getting close to 3:17 a.m.? Do you hear something in the silence? A whisper? An echo? Listen carefully. We're waiting for you. We're all waiting for you. I wasn't alone seeking shelter from the blizzard. There's an unspoken rule up in the mountains that no matter who you are, friend, bitter rival, stranger, anyone, if you're ever in a pinch and come across another hunter's cabin, you're welcome to seek shelter there. Maybe it's unspoken because it's common courtesy and that whole do unto others thing, or maybe it's unspoken because there's hardly anyone to speak to. In the winter months especially, you'd be hard-pressed to see another soul for weeks, sometimes months. But that's the rule. You need it. You use it. No judgment. No questions asked. Just don't steal anything. Now, I'm not a burly, seasoned mountain man that flosses with tree bark and never shaves, but I do like to hunt. I often leave my small Alaskan village for weeks at a time and take to my hunting lodge up in the mountains. I'm a fairly cautious guy, and I know the mountains can be traitorous, so when I leave prepared. I check the long-term forecast, gather the necessary supplies, bring backups, and make sure I've got enough of everything I need to survive at least a week longer than I plan on staying, just in case. I always believed my precautions would protect me, but like a child's security blanket, they were only a paper-thin illusion of safety. There's no planning when Mother Nature decides she's in a mood. That's why I never expected to get caught in a blizzard that day. It had started out sunny and cold, but as the day progressed, a few clouds formed. By the time they'd amassed into a heavy cloud covering, I was already on my way back to my cabin with a couple hairs hanging over my shoulders. I'd named them dinner and breakfast. I was planning on eating breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast, if only to make myself laugh. It's the little things like that that keeps the solitude from turning into loneliness. The snowfall seemed to come out of nowhere, like someone had knocked an awning shut, and all the snow collected on top had fallen all at once. Except it wasn't a single tidal wave of snow. It was a relentless, unending assault. Last I checked, the weather reports hadn't mentioned a blizzard, and yet a blizzard was what I found myself walking through. It got very dark, very fast, and I kicked myself for leaving my flashlight back at my lodge. I'd planned on coming home long before nightfall, so I hadn't thought I needed it. I'd been sorely mistaken. Snow prickled painfully as it darted into my eyes. I had squint almost all the way to keep those sub-zero jerks from stabbing me blind. The wind howled as gales cut through my clothes and right to my bones. I could barely see 2 feet in front of me and couldn't see the 2 feet beneath me as they sank in an ever-growing blanket of white. I'm not sure when I realized I was lost. At some point I knew I should have arrived at my cabin, but all I saw was white with a few slivers of gray swaying in the thick breeze. The hairs at the back of my neck became stiff and battered against me with every puff of air and every awkward, crashing footfall. I was running out of energy, running out of ideas and beginning to panic. I could have spun around in a computer chair 100 times and felt less disoriented than I did in that whiteout. And then I walked right into a cabin. Literally. It had become so dark and the snow had become so heavy that I couldn't see the structure until I stumbled face first into it. I held my hands against the wooden facade so I wouldn't lose it in the storm, and circled around until I found a door. I wasn't just in a pinch. This was life or death. In the unlikely event someone was inside, I knocked on the door and waited for an answer. Through the howling wind, I could have sworn I heard, "Come in." As I swung open the door and stepped inside, a small avalanche of snow tumbled in with me. I didn't bother trying to kick it out as I fought against the wind to close the door behind me. The relief was instantaneous. Without the air whipping at me, I'd put a stop to the timer ticking down to my freezing death. "Thanks," I whispered. I turned towards the inside of the cabin and tried to get my bearings, but all I saw was blackness, which meant I had no real way of gauging the size of the cabin. Yeah, I'd circled around it, but I'd been stumbling around, half blind, focused on trying to find a doorknob, so I had no idea what length of the cabin I'd covered. I could have walked half of it. I could have circled around 3 times without realizing it. Through the darkness, all I could see was the vague outline of someone sitting in the corner. "You're a real lifesaver," I said. He didn't answer. I pawed around for a lighter, a lantern, a matchbook, anything that might emit light, but all my fingertips touched were chains and the barrels of hunting rifles. I stopped poking around when I felt an open bear trap. Wouldn't want to get my arm caught in one of those. It was safer to sit still and wait for daybreak. It occurred to me the stranger might have been seeking refuge as well. "So," I started, keeping my tone light and innocent, "you the owner of this cabin?" The answer was more of a hiss than a word, but in that hiss I heard a faint, "Yes." I sat on the floor, let my hairs down beside me, and reached into my pack. Why I'd taken a sleeping bag with me and not a flashlight was beyond me. I removed my wet clothes and quietly slipped into the sleeping bag to warm up, making conversation as I did. "Thanks again. That blizzard really came out of nowhere." he replied with the slow, labored, wheezy breaths of an elderly man on his deathbed. Dangerous. Yeah, I chuckled. That's an understatement. Hungry, he exhaled. You got a fireplace? I've got a couple hares. I'll cook them up. It's the least I can do, I offered. His reply was drawn out, like a wolf howling, but without the majestic hum. No. Okay, as soon as the blizzard dies down, I'll go gather wood and make us a fire. Can you wait until then? I saw his silhouette shift slightly. There was a rattle of chains. No, again. The O stretched out in a long, bloated groan. No. No. Yes. The final no morphed strangely into a yes, like someone drastically changing to a much higher note on a flute halfway through a breath. I craned my neck to look at the single window in the cabin. It was pitch black, pitch white. It was like an afterglow, visible against the black backdrop of the wood, yet still inherently dark. I focused on it rather than the rest of the cabin, because it was the only hint of light I could see. If you don't mind, I'm going to try and catch some shut-eye, I said tiredly. He didn't respond, but that didn't surprise me. Mountain folk don't talk much, even when they come down to town for what few supplies they can't make themselves. I shrugged it off and settled in for the night, but I felt something hard against my side. Sighing, I tossed my hairs back a bit farther and got comfortable. I was exhausted, so it wasn't all that hard for me to drift off, despite the wind's song playing outside the walls. I hugged myself in my sleeping bag and drifted off. I was awoken by a different sound, a weird snapping crunch that made me shoot up in bed, believing the ceiling was about to collapse under the weight of the snow. I braced myself, but as the sound came again, I realized it wasn't above me, but rather next to me, near my belongings. The silhouette was gone from the corner, and I could hear his deep, raspy breaths accompanying the crunch. "What the hell are you doing?" I snapped. He retreated back to his corner with a rattling of chains. My adrenaline was pumping, and I wasn't even sure why. Something about the stranger put me in a state of near panic. My instincts were telling me to leave, but I couldn't afford it. Whatever this guy was up to, I was safer with him than I was out there in the blizzard. I grabbed my backpack and propped myself against the wall in a seated position, staring at the silhouette, expecting him to make a move. I kept myself awake and alert, never looking away even as the howling wind slowly diminished in strength. Once or twice I felt my head begin to dip, and my eyes begin to shut. But every time I slipped, the faint rattle of chains snapped me back into consciousness. As the blizzard cleared and the sun slowly rose, light began to trickle into the cabin. The scene filtered through in tiny increments with each layer uncovered by the sun, like a printer slowly spitting out the full picture one line at a time. I wasn't in a cabin. I was a large supply shed that was maybe 10, 11 feet long, 7, 8 feet wide. There was no fireplace, which makes sense for a supply shed. There were tools, traps, and riffles lining every wall. The silhouette in the corner slowly stopped being a silhouette and started being a distinct person. Skinny, no, gaunt, pale, no, ghost white, man, no, corpse. I was gutted. He was dead. Not, oh shoot, I died overnight. Sorry about that. Dead, long dead, long dead. His body was all shriveled and mummified. Is that even the right word for it? He wasn't wrapped up in bandages or anything like that. But his skin was completely dehydrated and stiff like an unwrapped mummy. His hair was hanging from his head in unkempt strings. His teeth were poking out of his shrunken lips, with a wide gap where the top right canine should have been. There was a stain of age-old blood soaked into the wood beneath him. I followed it by gaze to its origin, his left foot, and the bear trap in which it had gotten caught. There was an empty hook on the wall above him with a chain leading to the trap. It was long enough for him to move around, but not enough for him to reach the front door, or the saw hanging above it. My best guess was the trap had fallen on its own while he was out, and at some point he'd done a supply run in the dark and had gotten caught in his own trap. He'd probably died of thirst or something. Look, I'm telling you, he wasn't breathing. He wasn't moving. He was dead as a doornail, and had been for quite some time. I sat there, reasoning I'd been delirious the night before. The fatigue, the dehydration, the disorientation caused by the blizzard. It made me imagine his voice. Those slow, hissing sounds I thought were replies were just the wind outside. I'd interpreted them wrong because the loneliness had finally gotten to me. The elements had conspired against me to create a living person out of someone who definitely wasn't living. It was a good, logical explanation, and I wish I could say it was true. Except I'm not the one who bit the head off of breakfast. It's not my canine tooth I found on the floor next to me. My dry, dirty, wood-like fingernails aren't the ones sticking out of the outside of my sleeping bag. I'm not the one who caked the corpse's dry, cracking lips with white fur. I didn't stick around for dinner. The vanishing camper. I'm not sure how to start this story. Even now it feels unreal, like something out of one of those campfire tales meant to spook kids. But it happened. I lived it. And every time I think about it, a cold shiver crawls up my spine like a spider's legs. Maybe writing it down will help. Maybe it won't. But at least you'll know what happened to us that weekend in the woods. It started innocently enough. My best friend, Jake, had been nagging me for weeks to join him and some of our old college buddies for a camping trip. One last hurrah, he'd called it, like we were still 21 and invincible. I wasn't keen on the idea. Since my wife, Sarah, passed away 2 years ago, I'd become something of a recluse. I worked, I ate, I slept. That was my life. But Jake was persistent, and I owed him. He'd been there for me when the grief threatened to swallow me whole, so I said yes. There were 5 of us in total: Jake, me, his younger brother Matt, our mutual friend Chris, and a guy named Tom who was Matt's co-worker. I didn't know Tom well, but he seemed nice enough, a bit quiet maybe, but friendly. We piled into Jake's beat-up SUV on a crisp Friday morning, the air sharp with the promise of fall. Our destination was Pine Hollow, a dense forest reserve about 3 hours' drive from the city. Jake said he'd been there before and assured us it was perfect for camping, remote, peaceful, and picturesque. The drive up was uneventful. We laughed, shared old stories, and teased each other mercilessly, the way only old friends can. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was dipping low, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. We loaded up our gear and hiked about 2 miles into the woods until we found a clearing near a small, still lake. It was beautiful. The kind of place that made you forget, for a moment, that the world could be cruel. We set up camp quickly. 2 tents, a ring of stones for a fire pit, and a rope strung between 2 trees to hang our food and keep it away from curious animals. By the time the fire was roaring, darkness had fallen. We sat around the flames, drinking cheap beer and roasting marshmallows, the flickering light casting long shadows across our faces. It felt good, normal even. For the first time in years, I felt a glimmer of peace. Then Tom told his story. It started as a joke. We'd been swapping ghost stories, each trying to outdo the last. But Tom's tale was different. He spoke quietly, almost reluctantly, his eyes darting to the shadows just beyond the firelight. "Have you ever heard of the Pine Hollow Vanisher?" he asked. We hadn't. He told us about a man, or something that looked like a man, who supposedly haunted these woods. According to local legend, campers would go missing without a trace. No bodies, no belongings, nothing, just gone. Some said the Vanisher lured people away with strange sounds or lights, leading them deeper into the forest. Others claimed he appeared in their dreams, beckoning them to follow. Tom's voice dropped lower. The weirdest part? Sometimes the missing people would show up in photos taken after they disappeared, always in the background smiling. We laughed it off, of course. Just another campfire story. But as the night wore on and the forest grew quieter, the tale stuck with me. It wasn't just the story itself, it was the way Tom told it, like he wasn't sure if he believed it, but didn't want to tempt fate. The first night passed without incident. I woke to the sound of birds chirping and the smell of bacon sizzling over the fire. Jake was in his element, flipping pancakes on a portable griddle, while Matt and Chris argued over the best way to rig a fishing line. Tom was off to the side, sketching something in a notebook. He looked distant, like his mind was elsewhere. "What are you drawing?" I asked, taking a seat next to him. He hesitated before showing me. It was a rough sketch of a man, or what might have been a man. His features were indistinct, smudged, and shadowy, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable, almost too wide for his face. "Just messing around," Tom said, closing the notebook quickly. I let it go. We spent the day hiking, fishing, and exploring the area. The forest was beautiful, but it had a way of making you feel small. The trees were impossibly tall, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air was cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. It was easy to get turned around if you strayed from the path, and the deeper we went, the quieter it became. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our footsteps crunching on the forest floor. By the time we returned to camp, the sun was setting again. We cooked dinner, shared more stories, and settled in for another night around the fire. But something felt different. The mood was heavier, the laughter more forced. Even the fire seemed dimmer, its light barely reaching the edges of our camp. It was Chris who noticed it first. "Where's Tom?" he asked, looking around. We all turned, realizing at the same time that he was gone. His backpack was still by the tent, his sketchbook lying open on a log, but there was no sign of him. "He probably went to take a leak," Jake said, though his voice lacked conviction. We waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15. Still no Tom. Jake grabbed a flashlight and we fanned out to search for him, calling his name. The forest swallowed our voices, the darkness pressing in on us like a living thing. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. After an hour, we regrouped at the camp. Jake wanted to keep searching, but Matt pointed out that we could easily get lost ourselves if we weren't careful. We agreed to wait until morning, hoping, praying, that Tom would come back on his own. He didn't. The next day was a blur of frantic searching and growing dread. We combed the forest for hours, shouting his name until our throats were raw. We found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that he'd ever been there at all. By evening, we were forced to admit the truth. Tom was gone. We decided to pack up and head back to the trailhead to get help. But as we were breaking down camp, I noticed something by the fire pit. It was Tom's backpack, neatly placed on the ground. That wouldn't have been strange, except we'd already searched the area. The backpack hadn't been there before. Inside we found his sketchbook, a water bottle, and a single Polaroid photo. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. It was a picture of us, taken the first night sitting around the fire, but there was someone else in the photo. Standing in the background, just beyond the circle of light, was a man. His features were blurry, his form indistinct, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable. We left the forest that night, leaving behind the tents, the gear, everything. The police organized a search, but they never found Tom. Officially, he's still listed as missing. Unofficially, I know the truth. I still have the photo. Sometimes late at night, I take it out and stare at it, trying to make sense of what happened. And every time I notice something new. The man in the background is closer now, his smile wider, his eyes brighter. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he wants. But I know one thing for certain. He's coming for me. The passenger. I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment, I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not unpleasant, but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally, I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know she'll always find me. Through a glass, darkly. The static came first. I should have known then, should have recognized it for what it was, not interference or equipment malfunction, but a harbinger, a warning scratched into reality itself by something vast and uncaring, like the groaning of glacial ice before it splits apart into bottomless crevasses. But I was too focused on my work, too eager to make the most of these precious dark months at Palmer Station. As Antarctica's senior radio astronomer, I had fought hard for this position, this chance to study the cosmos away from the electromagnetic pollution of civilization. The perpetual night of winter solstice meant uninterrupted observation time, and the station's isolation promised pristine data. Even the aurora australis, usually an impediment to astronomical observation, had been unusually subdued this season. Until tonight, the phantom static had started as a barely perceptible hiss in my headphones around 0200 hours. I adjusted frequencies, checked connections, ran diagnostics. Nothing. The interference persisted, a soft susurration, like distant waves, or whispered voices just below the threshold of comprehension. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the familiar ache of too many hours staring at screens. The control room's warm light felt almost oppressive after so much darkness, and my reflection in the window looked haggard. Beyond the glass, wind-driven snow created shifting patterns in the floodlights, while the aurora painted ethereal curtains of green and purple across the sky. "You're losing it, Sarah," I muttered, reaching for my coffee mug only to find it empty. Again. Time for a break. The corridor outside was dim and silent. Most of the winter crew of 15 were asleep, leaving the station feeling larger and emptier than usual. My footsteps echoed oddly on the metal floor as I made my way to the kitchen. The walls seemed to absorb the sound, making each step feel muffled and distant. The coffee maker's gurgle was oddly comforting in the midnight quiet. I leaned against the counter, letting my mind drift. The static in my headphones had been strange, yes, but probably just some atmospheric phenomenon, the kind of thing that... A flicker of movement caught my eye. Outside the kitchen window, the aurora had intensified, its colors deeper and more vibrant than I'd ever seen. The typical flowing curtains had transformed into intricate geometric patterns that seemed almost deliberate. For a moment, I could have sworn they formed themselves into symbols, not like any writing system I knew, but somehow suggestive of meaning nonetheless. My hands trembled slightly as I poured the coffee. "You're overtired," I told myself. The human brain is wired to find patterns, even where none exist, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air felt different somehow, heavier, like the pressure change before a storm. Back in the control room, I nearly dropped my mug. The static had grown louder, even though I'd left my headphones on the desk. It seemed to be coming from the equipment itself now, a harsh electronic keening that set my teeth on edge. The monitors flickered with interference patterns that shouldn't have been possible with our digital systems. "Dr. Anderson?" The voice made me jump. Mike Rodriguez, one of our maintenance technicians, stood in the doorway. His face looked pale in the blue light of the screens. "Sorry to bother you, but have you noticed anything weird with the electrical systems?" I set down my coffee carefully, trying to keep my voice steady. "What kind of weird?" "Power fluctuations, equipment turning on by itself, and there's this sound." He trailed off, glancing nervously at the radio telescope controls. "You hear it too?" Relief and dread mingled in my chest. "How long?" "Started about an hour ago in the mechanical room. I thought it was just interference from the aurora, but..." He stepped into the room, lowering his voice. "I've never seen the lights act like this, and the temperature sensors are going crazy, showing impossible readings, like negative hundreds of degrees in some sections, way past what our thermometers can actually measure." I pulled up the environmental monitoring system. He was right. The temperature graph showed wild fluctuations, with some sensors registering temperatures that would have instantly frozen the air solid. Others showed no reading at all, as if those sections of the station had simply ceased to exist. "This isn't possible," I whispered, more to myself than to Mike. "The equipment must be malfunctioning." "All of it? At once?" His voice cracked slightly. "And what about the telescope? Are you getting any weird readings from..." The lights went out. For a moment we stood in total darkness. Then the emergency systems kicked in, bathing everything in dim red light. The static had stopped, leaving a silence so complete it felt like a physical presence. "I'll check the backup generators," Mike said, already moving toward the door. "Maybe the storm..." "Wait." I grabbed his arm. Through the window I could see that the regular floodlights were still on, illuminating the swirling snow. The main power's still working, it's just in here. As if in response, the radio telescope's control panel lit up, not with its usual operational displays, but with a single line of text. Signal acquired. My heart seemed to skip several beats. That's not possible, I said again, but the words felt hollow. The telescope's powered down, and even if it wasn't, it doesn't have text display capabilities like that. Mike leaned closer to the screen, his breath fogging the glass. What signal? Before I could answer, every monitor in the room came to life simultaneously. The same 2 words appeared on each screen in the same stark green text. Below them, numbers began to scroll, coordinates, I realized with growing horror. But not any astronomical coordinate system I recognized. The values made no sense, extending to impossible decimal places, describing positions that couldn't exist in 3-dimensional space. The static returned, louder than before. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, the equipment, the walls, the very air itself. Within it, I could almost make out words, concepts that slithered at the edges of comprehension. My head began to throb as my mind tried to process patterns it was never meant to understand. We need to shut it down, I managed to say, fighting back a wave of nausea. All of it. Now. Mike nodded and moved toward the main power distribution panel. His hand had barely touched the switch when every screen in the room went black. The static cut off abruptly, leaving only the sound of our breathing and the distant howl of the wind. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the screens flickered back to life, showing a single image that made my blood run cold. It was a view from the telescope's main camera, a view that should have been impossible, since I had personally powered down and secured the instrument hours ago. The image showed a section of the night sky, but wrong somehow. The familiar stars were missing, replaced by an absolute darkness that seemed to pulse with its own terrible life. As we watched, that darkness began to move, to flow like liquid, forming shapes that hurt to look at directly. Sarah? Mike's voice seemed to come from very far away. What are we seeing? I couldn't answer. My scientific mind was screaming that this was impossible, that the laws of physics didn't allow for what I was seeing. But another part of me, some primitive hindbrain that remembered what it was to be prey, understood perfectly. We were seeing something vast wake up. The image zoomed in, or perhaps whatever we were observing was getting closer. The darkness resolved into geometries that shouldn't have been possible, angles that seemed to bend back through themselves. My eyes began to water as they tried to follow the impossibly recursive patterns. And then I saw the void. It wasn't just an absence of light or matter. It was an active nothing, a hungry emptiness that devoured both space and meaning. Looking at it was like trying to remember a dream that turned out to be a memory of something that hadn't happened yet. My mind recoiled from it even as some horrible fascination kept me staring. The static returned, but different now. It had structure, purpose. The random noise resolved into a kind of music, if you could call it that. It was like hearing colors that didn't exist, or touching a thought. Each note seemed to reach inside my skull and rearrange my understanding of reality. We have to warn the others, I heard myself say, though my voice sounded strange and distant. We need to... The window exploded inward. Later I would try to convince myself that it was just the storm, that the intense cold had somehow caused the reinforced glass to fail. But I knew better. The window hadn't broken, It had been pulled apart at an atomic level, the very bonds between particles unraveled by something that viewed the laws of physics as mere suggestions. The wind that howled through the broken window wasn't just cold. It was wrong. It carried scents that shouldn't exist, hints of geometries and colors that had no business in our reality. The aurora outside had transformed completely, its usual ribbons of light now forming impossible shapes that writhed across the sky like living things. Mike screamed. I turned to see him pointing at the floor, his face contorted in terror. The darkness that had spilled through the window wasn't behaving like ordinary shadows. It moved with purpose, flowing across the floor in patterns that suggested intelligence. Where it touched the metal deck plates, they seemed to dissolve, revealing glimpses of something else. Spaces that couldn't exist, dimensions that hurt to look at. "Run," I whispered, then louder. "Run." We bolted from the control room, the darkness flowing behind us like a tide. The corridor lights flickered and died as we passed, plunging us into darkness broken only by the sickly glow of the aurora through the windows. The static followed us, growing louder with each step, becoming almost like words, almost like thoughts being pressed directly into my brain. We reached the main living area, gasping for breath. "Emergency alarm," Mike panted. "We need to—" The lights came back on, but wrong. They shed darkness instead of illumination, making the shadows brighter than the lit areas. Through the common room windows, I could see that the storm had gotten worse. Or perhaps worse wasn't the right word. Different. The snow now fell upward, each flake leaving trails of impossible colors in the air. I slapped the emergency alarm panel, but instead of the usual klaxon, it emitted a sound that made my teeth feel like they were trying to escape my skull. Throughout the station, I could hear doors opening and confused voices as the rest of the crew woke up. "Sarah, Mike, what's going on?" Dr. Williams, our medical officer, emerged from her quarters, pulling on a sweater. She stopped short when she saw our faces. "What's wrong? Why is it so cold in here?" Before I could answer, the static changed pitch, becoming a high, keening sound that made my vision blur. Through the windows, the aurora had spread to cover the entire sky, its colors shifting through spectrums I had no names for. The patterns it formed now were unmistakably deliberate, a vast cosmic language being written across the Antarctic night. "We need to evacuate," I managed to say, fighting down rising panic. "Something's coming through." The floor beneath us shuddered, not like an earthquake, more like reality itself was having a seizure. I watched in horror as the metal began to ripple like water, forming patterns that matched the ones in the sky. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in ways that shouldn't have been possible. More of the crew had emerged now, their confused questions turning to screams as they saw what was happening. The darkness from the control room had followed us, seeping under doors and through ventilation ducts. Where it touched people, they changed. Not physically at first, but something in their eyes suggested they were seeing things human minds weren't equipped to process. "The emergency shelter," I shouted over the growing chaos. "We need to—" The ceiling disappeared. One moment it was there, and the next, nothing. Not a hole, not an opening to the storm outside, but an absence so complete it hurt to look at. Through it, I caught a glimpse of something vast moving against the aurora-lit sky. My mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing, and failed utterly. It was like trying to comprehend the size of the universe by looking at a grain of sand, except the sand was alive and made of angles that couldn't exist in Euclidean geometry. The static had become a roar now, drowning out all other sounds. Within it, I could finally understand what I was hearing. The thoughts of something so ancient and vast that galaxies were like motes of dust to it. It wasn't malevolent exactly. We were simply too insignificant for it to consider our existence meaningful, like an astronomer inadvertently destroying a microbe colony while adjusting their telescope. The telescope. Understanding hit me like a physical blow. We hadn't been observing the cosmos. Something in the cosmos had been observing us, and now it had noticed us noticing it. The Faraday cage. I grabbed Mike's arm, pointing toward the laboratory section. It's electromagnetically shielded. Maybe it can block whatever this is. A few of us managed to make it to the lab, sealing the heavy door behind us. The static was muted here, though I could still feel it buzzing in my bones. Through the small reinforced window, I watched in horror as the reality distortion spread through the station. Walls folded in on themselves like origami, revealing spaces that couldn't exist. People ran, or tried to, some of them moving sideways through dimensions I couldn't perceive. "What's happening?" Dr. Williams demanded, her medical training warring with the impossible things she was seeing. "Sarah, you're the physicist. Explain this." I laughed, the sound edged with hysteria. Physics? Physics stopped working the moment that thing noticed us. We're seeing, I don't know, reality from its perspective. Our universe is just a flat painting to it, and now it's reaching down to touch the canvas. The walls of the Faraday cage creaked ominously. In the corner, delicate laboratory equipment began to melt, the metal and plastic flowing together in ways that violated every law of thermodynamics. The air itself felt thick, as if gravity was becoming more of a suggestion than a law. Through the window I saw the aurora transform one final time. The entire sky became a vast eye, its pupil a void that reflected nothing, absorbed everything. Looking into it, I understood with terrible clarity just how insignificant we were. Not just humanity, but our entire concept of existence. We were like characters in a two-dimensional drawing suddenly being noticed by the artist. The static peaked, becoming a sound that wasn't a sound, more like the universe itself screaming as something vast reached down and began to fold it into shapes it was never meant to take. The Faraday cage wouldn't hold. Nothing would hold. Reality itself was coming undone, and all we could do was watch. In those final moments, as the walls of our shelter began to dissolve into geometries that Euclid never dreamed of, I had one last coherent thought. We had built our telescopes and pointed them at the stars, hoping to understand our place in the cosmos. But some questions have answers that human minds were never meant to comprehend. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The static consumed everything, and in it, I heard the voice of the void, not in words, but in concepts that rewrote my understanding of existence. And I understood finally that the horror wasn't in being noticed by something vast and uncaring. The true horror was in realizing that we had always been noticed, had always been watched, and what we thought of as reality was merely the surface tension on an infinite ocean of things we were never meant to comprehend. The last thing I saw before my mind mercifully broke was the telescope array outside, its dish pointed at that terrible eye in the sky. It wasn't receiving signals anymore. It was sending them. We had built a beacon without knowing it, and now something had answered our call. The void opened wide, and Antarctica's long night became eternal. The man at 3 a.m. There's something about working the graveyard shift that changes you. The world feels different at 3 a.m., like reality itself has grown thin and brittle. The fluorescent lights cast everything in an artificial glow that makes even the most mundane objects seem somehow wrong. I've worked the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now, and I've grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the hours between midnight and dawn. Or at least, I thought I had. The regulars help make it bearable. Every night shift worker knows them. The insomniacs, the truckers, the night owls who treat 3 a.m. like it's the middle of the afternoon. You develop a rapport with them, learn their stories, their habits, their usual orders. They become familiar fixtures in your upside-down world. That's how it was with Earl. I remember the first time he came in, exactly 3 months after I started working nights. The bell above the door chimed at precisely 3 a.m., and he shuffled in wearing an old brown tweed jacket that had seen better days. His weathered face was kind, with crow's feet around his eyes that deepened when he smiled. He looked to be in his mid-70s, with wispy white hair and arthritis-gnarled hands that trembled slightly as he lowered himself into booth 7. "Coffee, black," he said, when I approached with my pad, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." That was Earl, always looking for conversation. He became my most reliable regular, appearing every single night at exactly 3 a.m., ordering the same black coffee, and chatting with me until sunrise started to paint the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold. He told me about his life, how he'd worked as a high school history teacher for 40 years before retiring. He spoke about his late wife, Margaret, with such tenderness it made my heart ache. They'd never had children, but he'd touched countless lives through his teaching. Sometimes he'd share stories about his students, his eyes lighting up as he recalled particularly memorable moments from his career. I found myself looking forward to his visits. On slow nights, and most nights were slow, we'd talk for hours. He asked about my own life with genuine interest, offering gentle advice when I mentioned my struggles with college classes or family drama. He reminded me of the grandfather I'd never known. "Life's too short to waste it being unhappy," he'd often say, wrapping his gnarled fingers around his coffee cup. "You've got to grab onto the good moments when they come along." This went on for nearly 3 years. Earl became as much a part of my nightly routine as brewing fresh coffee and wiping down tables. Even on my worst nights, his presence was comforting, reliable as the sunrise, until last week. It was a particularly dead night, even by graveyard shift standards. A storm had rolled in around midnight, driving away even our usual handful of customers. The rain drummed against the windows, and thunder occasionally rattled the cheap fluorescent fixtures overhead. I just finished refilling the sugar dispensers when the bell chimed. I looked up, expecting to see Earl's familiar silhouette. Instead, a middle-aged woman hurried in, shaking water from her umbrella. She looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen her before. "Terrible night to be out," she said, settling into booth 4. "Could I get a coffee and a slice of apple pie?" I brought her order, and she asked if I could sit for a moment. The diner was empty, so I slid into the booth across from her. "I used to come here with my father when I was young," she said, stirring cream into her coffee. "Back in the 80s. He loved this place, said it reminded him of the diners he'd gone to in his youth. We'd come every Sunday after church." She glanced around the dining room, her expression nostalgic. "It hasn't changed much." "We get a lot of regulars," I said. "Some have been coming here for decades." She nodded, then reached into her purse and pulled out what looked like an old newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. "That's actually why I'm here. I saw something online about this place and it reminded me of this article." I thought the current owners might want it for their wall of memorabilia." She slid the paper across the table. It was a local newspaper article dated March 15th, 1993. The headline read, "Local Educator Remembered Fondly." Below it was a photo that made my blood run cold. It was Earl. The article detailed the passing of Earl Henderson, beloved history teacher at Lincoln High School, who had died of a heart attack while having his nightly coffee at Pete's All-Night Diner in Booth 7 at 3 a.m. 30 years ago. My hands started shaking as I read the article. The description was unmistakable: the tweed jacket, the gentle demeanor, his 40-year teaching career. They'd even interviewed his former students who spoke about his kindness and dedication to teaching. One mentioned how he'd lost his wife Margaret to cancer a few years prior. "Are you all right, dear? You've gone pale." I couldn't speak. My eyes darted to Booth 7, where Earl should have been sitting at that very moment. It was empty, the vinyl seats gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. "That's impossible," I finally managed to whisper. "Earl comes in every night. He's been coming in for 3 years. I just talked to him yesterday." The woman's expression shifted from concern to something else. Fear, pity. "Earl Henderson was my father's favorite teacher," she said quietly. "Dad used to bring me here because this was where Mr. Henderson had his heart attack. Said he wanted me to know about the man who'd inspired him to become a teacher himself." She paused, studying my face. "That was 30 years ago. I was 12. I pushed the article back toward her, my hands trembling so badly I nearly knocked over her coffee. "This is some kind of joke. It has to be. Earl is real. He's as real as you are." But even as I said it, details began clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. How Earl never ordered food, only coffee. How no other customers ever seemed to notice or interact with him. How he appeared and disappeared so precisely at 3 a.m., never varying by even a minute. How the coffee in his cup never seemed to diminish, no matter how long he sat there. The woman left shortly after, leaving the article behind despite my protests. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze, jumping at every shadow, every creak of the old building settling. When 3 a.m. rolled around, I found myself staring at Booth 7, hardly daring to breathe. The bell chimed. Earl shuffled in, wearing his familiar brown tweed jacket. He smiled at me, crow's feet crinkling around his eyes, and settled into Booth 7. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." I stood frozen behind the counter, the newspaper article burning a hole in my apron pocket. Earl's smile faltered slightly. "Everything all right, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." That was 2 weeks ago. I've been working every night since then, watching Earl appear and disappear like clockwork. Sometimes I convince myself the article was a hoax, that the woman was playing some elaborate prank. But deep down, I know the truth. The thing is, I don't know what to do with this knowledge. Earl is still Earl, still kind, still interested in my life, still offering gentle wisdom and companionship through the long, dark hours of the night shift. But now I notice things I didn't before. How the temperature drops slightly when he's present. How his coffee cup never leaves rings on the table. How sometimes when he thinks I'm not looking, his image seems to flicker like a bad TV signal. I've started doing research during my off hours. I learned that Earl Henderson really did teach history at Lincoln High from 1953 to 1993. His wife Margaret died of breast cancer in 1990. Former students described him as one of the most inspiring teachers they'd ever had. And yes, he died of a heart attack in Booth 7 of Pete's All-Night Diner on March 15, 1993, at exactly 3 a.m. What the articles don't mention is that he's still there every night, ordering his coffee and dispensing wisdom to lonely night shift workers. Last night I finally worked up the courage to confront him. I walked up to booth 7 at 2:59 a.m., the newspaper article clutched in my hand. The bell chimed at 3 a.m. right on schedule, and Earl appeared in his usual spot. Before he could give his usual order, I placed the article on the table in front of him. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look at the article at all. Instead, he looked at me with those kind eyes, now filled with an ancient sadness that made my chest ache. "Sit down, dear," he said softly. "I suppose we should talk." I slid into the booth across from him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The vinyl seat was ice cold. "How long have you known?" I asked. "That I'm dead?" He smiled sadly. "Since the moment it happened, right here in this booth. One minute I was enjoying my coffee, thinking about the lesson plans for the next day, and the next..." He gestured vaguely. "But that's not what you're really asking, is it? Why are you here? Why can I see you? Why me?" Earl was quiet for a long moment, his gnarled fingers wrapped around his eternally full coffee cup. "Do you remember what I told you the first night we met? About why I became a teacher?" I nodded. "You said you wanted to help guide young people through the confusing parts of life." "That's right. And that desire, that need to help, to guide, to listen, it didn't go away just because my heart gave out." He leaned forward slightly. "This diner, it's a special place, especially during the night shift. Reality is different at 3 a.m. The barriers between what is and what was become permeable. And sometimes, if someone needs guidance badly enough..." "But I don't," I protested. "I mean, yes, the night shift can be lonely, but I'm fine. I'm not in any kind of trouble." Earl's expression turned grave. "Aren't you?" That's when the bottom dropped out of my world, because suddenly I remembered. I remembered the night 3 months before I first met Earl, the night I'd stood on the roof of my apartment building, looking down at the street below, wondering if anyone would miss me if I just stepped off. The night I'd decided to walk instead, ending up at Pete's all-night diner, asking if they were hiring. I remembered how close I'd been to giving up on college, on my dreams, on everything, until Earl started encouraging me, helping me see a future worth fighting for. I remembered all the nights I'd thought about relapsing, about calling my old dealer, about throwing away 3 years of sobriety, until Earl's steady presence and quiet wisdom helped me through the craving. "Oh," I whispered. "Sometimes," Earl said gently, "the people who say they're fine are the ones who need help the most. Sometimes they just need someone to listen, to care, to remind them that they matter." He smiled. "That's what teachers do after all, even dead ones. Are there others? Other ghosts?" "Here and there. We all have our purposes, our reasons for lingering. Some are malevolent, angry, stuck in patterns of hatred or revenge. But some of us..." He shrugged. "Some of us just want to help." "Why are you telling me this now? Why let me know the truth?" "Because you're ready. You're stronger now than you were 3 years ago. You've built a life worth living. You don't need me anymore." He paused, then added, "And because there's someone else who needs me now." As if on cue, the bell above the door chimed. A young woman walked in, her eyes red from crying, her shoulders slumped with defeat. She looked exactly like I had 3 years ago. "Will I ever see you again?" I asked. But when I turned back to booth 7, Earl was gone. The newspaper article sat alone on the table, and even that was beginning to yellow and curl at the edges, as if aging decades in minutes. The young woman settled into booth 4, staring blankly at the laminated menu. I watched as Earl materialized in the seat across from her, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear if you've got one to spare." I understood then that my time with Earl was over. He had saved me when I needed saving, guided me when I needed guidance. Now it was someone else's turn. But the story doesn't end there. Because now I notice things I never noticed before. The way certain customers seem to flicker at the edges, like old film. The way some regulars never seem to interact with anyone but their chosen companion. The way the temperature fluctuates in specific booths at specific times. Reality is different at 3 a.m., Earl had said. The barriers become permeable. I've started keeping a journal, documenting the patterns. The woman in booth 12 who appears every Tuesday at 1:47 a.m., ordering tea she never drinks while listening to young mothers cry about their troubles. The elderly couple in booth 3 who materialize every Friday at 4:15 a.m., offering comfort to grieving widows and widowers. The young man at the counter who shows up at 2:22 a.m. on the 1st of every month, helping lost souls find their way home. They're all around us, these guardian ghosts, these spectral mentors. They find the people who need them most, who are crying out for help in ways too quiet for the living to hear. They listen, they guide, they save. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, or perhaps very desperate, they'll join you for coffee at 3 a.m. But here's the thing that truly terrifies me, the reason I can't sleep anymore, the truth that makes my hands shake as I write this. Last night, a young man came in looking lost and broken. Before Earl could appear, I found myself walking to his booth. I sat down across from him, feeling a strange chill settle over me. "Coffee black," I heard myself say, "and maybe a friendly ear if you've got one to spare." The words came naturally, as if I'd been saying them for decades. The young man looked up, his eyes filled with tears, and began to talk. And that's when I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen my reflection in the diner's windows. I couldn't remember the last time another customer had spoken to me directly. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt warm. I've been working the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now. Or maybe it's been 30. Maybe I never left that rooftop after all. Maybe I just found a different way to fall. The bell above the door chimes. It's 3 a.m. Time to get back to work. After all, someone out there needs a friendly ear. And the night shift is long. So very, very long. The Dollhouse tapes. It started last October when Jenny, my oldest friend from college, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in months. Life, jobs, the usual drift. But her voice on the phone made my stomach drop. She sounded hollow, distant, like she was speaking from underwater. "Sarah, I need..." She trailed off, and I heard what might have been a shaky breath. "I need you to come look at something. Please, I can't tell if I'm losing it." "Jenny, what's wrong?" The autumn wind rattled my apartment windows, and I pulled my cardigan tighter. "Are you okay?" Can you come over? Tonight? Please?" There was something raw in her voice that scared me. Jenny was always the collected one, the one who kept me grounded during finals week panic attacks and bad breakups. Hearing her like this felt wrong, like watching a parent cry. "Of course," I said, already reaching for my keys. "Text me your new address. I'll be there in an hour." The drive to Jenny's place took me through unfamiliar suburbs, rows of identical houses with manicured lawns fading to brown in the October chill. Her neighborhood was older, full of Victorian-style homes with wraparound porches and elaborate trim work. The kind of houses that look charming in daylight but menacing after dark. All sharp angles and deep shadows. Jenny's house sat at the end of a dead-end street, partially hidden behind overgrown hedges. The porch light was out, and I had to use my phone's flashlight to find the front steps. The wood creaked under my feet, that distinct elderly house sound that always makes you wonder about structural integrity. She opened the door before I could knock. Jenny looked wrong. Her normally sleek, dark hair was unwashed and tangled, her eyes ringed with shadows that spoke of sleepless nights. She wore what looked like the same Northwestern sweatshirt from our college days, now threadbare and stained. "Thank God you're here," she whispered, pulling me inside. The house was freezing, and I could see her breath in the dim entryway. "I need you to tell me I'm not crazy. I need someone else to see it." "See what?" I asked, following her up a narrow staircase. Family photos lined the walls. Jenny and her husband Mark's wedding, vacation snapshots, her parents. Normal things that somehow felt off, like props arranged to create the illusion of a happy home. "Jenny, you're scaring me. Where's Mark?" "Conference in Seattle. He's been gone 2 weeks." She laughed, a sharp sound with no humor in it. "He thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown. Keeps talking about postpartum depression, about seeing someone. But this isn't. This is real. You'll see." The mention of postpartum made my chest tight. Jenny had lost the baby 6 months ago, late in the second trimester. I should have been there more, should have called more often. Some friend I was. We reached the second floor, and Jenny led me to what must have been meant as a nursery. The walls were a soft yellow, but the room was empty except for a large dollhouse in the center of the floor. It was beautiful in an antique way, Victorian style, matching Jenny's actual house, with intricate gingerbread trim and tiny, perfect shutters. "Mark's mother gave it to us when we told her I was pregnant," Jenny said, kneeling beside it. "Family heirloom, supposedly. Been passed down for generations." She reached out with trembling fingers, but stopped just short of touching it. "Watch." I knelt beside her, knees cracking against the hardwood floor. Up close, the dollhouse was even more impressive. Every detail was perfect, from the miniature door knocker to the tiny books visible through the windows. But something felt off. The proportions were slightly wrong, the windows a bit too tall, the doors at slightly odd angles. Looking at it too long made my eyes hurt. "Jenny, what am—" "Shh," she hissed, eyes fixed on the dollhouse. "Listen." At first I heard nothing but the usual old house sounds, settling foundations, creaking wood, the whisper of wind through old windows. Then something else. A soft scratching, like mice in the walls, but rhythmic, deliberate. It seemed to be coming from inside the dollhouse, but that was impossible, wasn't it? "There's more," Jenny whispered. Her hand found mine in the dark, ice cold and shaking. "Watch the nursery window. Top floor." I leaned closer, squinting at the tiny window she indicated. The room beyond was dark, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out what looked like a miniature nursery. A crib, a rocking chair, tiny stuffed animals arranged with obsessive care. The scratching got louder. Then I saw it. Movement. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something inside that tiny room was moving. "Jesus!" I jerked back, heart pounding. There must be a mechanism or something, like those animated Christmas displays." Jenny shook her head slowly. "I thought that too. I took it apart looking for motors, batteries, anything. There's nothing, just wood and paint and... She swallowed hard. And sometimes, late at night, I hear crying, baby crying. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Jenny, maybe Mark is right about talking to someone. After everything you've been through... I knew you wouldn't believe me, she said flatly. Nobody does, but I can prove it. She stood suddenly, moving to a shelf I hadn't noticed before. Look at this. She handed me what looked like an old VHS tape, the label worn away with age. I set up a camera last week, one of those old camcorders Mark's dad gave us. Digital ones won't work. They just show static. But this? She grabbed my arm, fingers digging in painfully. You have to watch it with me. Please. I wanted to say no. Everything in me was screaming to get out of that house, to get Jenny help, to call Mark or her parents or anyone. But the desperation in her voice stopped me. Okay, I said. Okay, do you have a VCR? She led me back downstairs to what must have been meant as a living room, though it held only a TV on a stand and a single rocking chair. The chair was moving slightly, though there was no breeze. Must be the uneven floorboards, I told myself firmly. Jenny hooked up an ancient VCR with shaking hands and inserted the tape. Static filled the screen, then resolved into a grainy image of the dollhouse at night, lit only by moonlight through the nursery windows. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, there, Jenny pointed. On screen, a shadow moved past the tiny windows, too large to be a doll, too small to be human. The image distorted, tracking lines rolling across the screen, but I could make out something rocking in that miniature chair, back and forth, back and forth. The static grew louder, took on an almost rhythmic quality, like breathing or crying. The tape jumped, skipped. When the image stabilized, the camera was closer to the dollhouse, close enough to see inside that tiny room. Close enough to see... I'm not going to describe what I saw in that window. I can't. My mind shies away from it like a hand from a hot stove. But I remember the sound I made. A thin, animal whimper of pure terror. Jenny just nodded. You see? You see it too? Her voice was eager, almost triumphant. I'm not crazy. It's real. The tape continued, but I couldn't watch anymore. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, my whole body shaking. When I came back, Jenny was rewinding the tape with methodical care. Jenny, I said carefully, we need to get rid of that dollhouse. Burn it, break it up, whatever. This isn't right. Don't you think I've tried? She laughed that horrible laugh again. Nothing works. Fire won't catch, tools break. And when I tried to throw it out, she pulled up her sleeve, revealing angry red scratches down her arm. It came back. It always comes back. Then we'll try harder. We'll figure something out. I pulled out my phone. I'm calling Mark. He needs to come home. No, Jenny knocked the phone from my hand with surprising strength. He'll just try to have me committed again, like after the baby. She wrapped her arms around herself, rocking slightly. I have to figure this out. There has to be a reason. A connection. What do you mean, a connection? She took a deep breath. I found something. In Mark's mother's attic when we were cleaning out her house last month. Look. She retrieved a manila envelope from a drawer and spread its contents on the floor. Newspaper clippings mostly, yellowed with age. They told fragments of a story, missing children, spanning decades. All from this area, all from families who had owned the dollhouse. "It's not just a coincidence," Jenny whispered. "It can't be. And look at this one." She pointed to the oldest clipping from 1947. The photo showed a young woman being led away by police, her face twisted in anguish. Behind her, barely visible, was the dollhouse. The woman could have been Jenny's twin. "I dream about her sometimes," Jenny said softly. "She lost a baby too. Late term. But she found a way to get it back. Through the dollhouse somehow. Only it wasn't really her baby that came back." "Jenny, stop!" My voice was shaking. We need to get you help. Real help." She wasn't listening. "I hear it at night. Crying. Coming from the nursery. The real nursery. But when I go look, there's nothing there. Just the empty room and that damn rocking chair moving by itself." Her voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes I think if I just went in the dollhouse, if I could make myself small enough." "Stop it!" I grabbed her shoulders. "Listen to yourself. This isn't the answer. Whatever this thing is, it's feeding on your grief. You can't let it." For a moment, I thought I'd gotten through. Then her face hardened. "You don't understand. You can't. Just go. I shouldn't have called you. I'm not leaving you alone with that thing." "Get out!" she screamed, shoving me toward the door. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" I stumbled backward, caught off guard by her strength. As I fell, my elbow knocked against something, the VCR. The tape ejected with a mechanical shriek, and I grabbed it without thinking. Jenny lunged for it, but I was faster. I ran, taking the porch steps 2 at a time, her screams following me into the night. I drove home in a daze, the tape burning a hole in my passenger seat. I tried calling Jenny the next morning. No answer. Same the next day, and the next. I called Mark, but it went straight to voicemail. Finally, I drove back to the house, heart pounding the whole way. The police were already there. They found Jenny in the nursery. The official report says she died of exposure, hypothermia, despite all the windows being closed and the heat being on. The temperature in that room was 30 degrees below the rest of the house, and they never figured out why. The dollhouse was gone, no sign of it anywhere. But they found something else, something that didn't make it into the official report. My friend on the force told me later, voice shaking. In the corner of the nursery, they found tiny footprints in the dust, baby-sized, leading to the wall, then stopping. Like something very small had been walking there. And on the rocking chair, the real one, life-sized, they found a single perfect scratch mark. Too big for a doll, too small for a human hand. I still have the tape. I know I should destroy it, but I can't bring myself to. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear it calling to me from the drawer where I keep it. A soft scratching sound, like tiny fingers on wood. And sometimes, in my dreams, I see Jenny. She's in a beautiful Victorian nursery, rocking a baby that isn't quite right. She looks up at me through the window and smiles, but her face isn't quite right either, like a doll's face, painted on. She's still rocking. Always rocking. I guess I should mention I'm pregnant. Just found out last week. And yesterday I got a package. No return address. Inside was a beautiful antique dollhouse. I haven't opened it yet. But sometimes, late at night, I hear crying.